all please come to order? Thank you. Commissioner Ward will be here momentarily. He is on his way, but he said go ahead and get started. And so we have an absolutely packed agenda today. We're going to have to be judicious with our time and our commentary if we're able to get to all these, and they all are important issues that need to be discussed, and we need to give direction on several of them. So with that, is there a motion to adopt our agenda?
Second.
Motion and second to adopt the agenda. Commissioner Yola, did you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, in pursuant to that, the way the agenda is currently structured, there's going to be about 30 minutes allocated for each item. That's not going to happen. So is there anything that you think that we could maybe move on?
I already removed 2 items and combined a third.
Okay, do we know what
The agenda that you have should include that.
oh, this one.
The current agenda, yeah. So I removed BD 5 and 7 that were on the old agenda and combined the Eastside Clinic into the ARPA discussion since that's an ARPA item.
Okay.
So I think we just need to do the best we can. All right, and if we have to continue an item at the end of the next meeting, then we do that. But a lot of folks are working on a lot of these, so we just need to do our best. Okay, to the agenda, members of the public.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. So I support the agenda. There are a lot of items on there. I did note the prior version of the agenda which is why I was driving here. The agenda was modified at 12:29 p.m. today, right before the meeting, so while I was en route. It had some items that on the prior agenda that are not on this agenda that have been removed. Those were removed during agenda review yesterday, apparently, but they were still on the agenda this morning, which is why I drove down. With respect to the DP5, which I think was the charter amendment, I know that that's going to be heard at a later date. I'm very concerned about that to the extent of there's no fiscal impact. It's like we don't know what the costs are going to be, but you want to put it on the ballot and have the voters approve it. That just seems very unnecessary and self-serving since the county commission does not have their own appointed staff. And you got to quit expanding government. With respect to the other items, I mean, I would hope that we'd have early public comment. I know that you don't allow it for general policy committee, but I mean, instead of sitting through the room for a couple of hours on the lengthy agenda, I mean, it might be in the public interest to allow that. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes. All right, so our first item is adoption of the minutes from the January 27th and February 10th GPC meetings. Any additions, corrections, or is there a motion to approve? Second. Motion is second to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes. All right, first discussion item today, some appointments to the Gainesville Airport Authority, Library Board, and UAB. So let's take the most straightforward one first. What our job for the Library Board of Trustees is to approve these 2 names and forward them to the board for their consideration. So we're not appointing them, we're basically giving them a list of candidates, and then they, at their meeting, will discuss and ultimately make a decision. So the appropriate motion for that would be simply to approve the 2 applicants.
Move to approve the 2 applicants.
Okay. Motion is second to approve the 2 applicants. Any members of the public speak to that? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes. Good luck to both of them. All right, up next we have, let's do the Airport Authority. You should have a letter in front of you. I'll go ahead and read it for anybody following along. This is per our conversation. I serve as the city's liaison to the Gainesville-Alachua County Regional Airport Authority and attended their regular monthly meeting yesterday. The board has had a conversation about an item on our GPC agenda, this appointment. The board requests that the commission defer consideration of the pending appointment and re-advertise for other applicants in order to determine if there might be others interested in serving. This is in light of the fact that there is only one prospective candidate that has applied at this time. Appreciate the guidance, and that's sort of it. So I think the Airport Authority just wants to make sure that we really advertise this well and get a good pool of candidates from which to choose. So with that, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move that we re-advertise the Airport Authority Board.
Second?
Okay, motion and second that we re-advertise for the airport authority position. Any members of the public? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes. Okay, and then on to our last board, Utility Advisory Board. We have one opening that will fill a term ending in March. And the appointee will be appointed to the partial term and next fall term ending March of '26. And then two openings for full terms, so one partial and two full. We have 4 applicants. Are any of those applicants with us today? All right, come on up and introduce yourself. Tell us why you'd like to serve on the board and what value you can add. Welcome.
My name is Charles Dean Covey III. I'm better known as Dean. I moved here from Fort Walton Beach, Florida, a little over a year ago to near family. I'm trying to get involved. I worked at Eglin Air Force Base as a federal civil service for 37 years. I have a degree in Bachelor of Science degree in chemical engineering from the University of Arkansas, master's degree in Master System Engineering from the University of Florida. On top of that, I have been a member, city council member of the city of Fort Walton Beach for 8.5 years. That's a city of about 22,000. And I did learn a little bit about financing. I'm an engineer, but I learned a little bit about financing, city financing. I have spent some time on other city committees as well as regional committees up in the northwestern portion of the Panhandle. I believe I could be a benefit to this board, and if you have any questions, please, I'm right here.
Really appreciate you. Thank you for coming down today to introduce yourself and really appreciate your willingness to serve.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, stick around. Mr. Jacobson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners, Barry Jacobson, currently on the Utility Advisory Board. First of all, just a question. When you talk about how many open seats there are, because Wes and Wendell and I all came on together, so I assume we're all coming off together. So I think there should be, Wendell left early, which is where the short-term one, but it feels like there should be 3 seats being appointed at this time.
Yeah, there's 3 total, 2 full terms and 1 partial term.
I guess I'm questioning the partial term one, because
Mrs. Bryant, you want to address that?
So, yes, I believe the partial term is from Wendell. I only counted that there were 2 full term. I can double check. But we do have 2 non-voting that are being recommended to the commission by the county commissioners and the school board. So I don't know if one of those is one of the ones that you're thinking
well,
of.
the 3 of us were full-term voting members.
I can go back and double check, but-
If there's another opening, we'll just make sure it's on our next meeting.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. Thank you. So most of you know me. I've really enjoyed being on the UAB. It's been very interesting, time-consuming, but interesting. I think that UAB did a lot of good work, especially in developing policy committee, the policy documents we did. I appreciate that we felt that you guys were listening to what we were saying. Like the other UAB members, I honestly was pretty tempted not to reapply. And one of my reasons I was for reapplying is because so many other people didn't reapply, and I felt it was important to have the continuity of some of us who were there for the policy development. And it was tough, working with GRU was not the collaborative experience I'd hoped it would be. We'd ask questions, not get answers, make suggestions for changes for presentations to the City Commission that weren't adopted. So I'm very excited to see the changes. I know Tony's acting as interim, but immediately we've already seen positive changes and feel like we can do more good. What I bring to the table, for those who don't know, I have a lot of knowledge on financial. I run a business. I have a PhD in engineering. I know a lot about renewables, a lot about EVs, a lot about things that I think are going to be coming before us. At the same time, I'm very much an environmentalist, but I'm also a business person. We often say, no margin, no mission. You have to be able to make money, stay in business, to be able to do the things we do. So I think I try to bring that balance of how do we make these things happen. And we had some really good discussion the other night as we went over some of the budget stuff of to say, well, are there some creative ways we could define equations to say, as the financials of renewals become better, when will that trigger an event? So that doesn't, to the rating agencies, look like an unfunded mandate, as people like to call it. It's something we can say, here's the price of it, here's what we're doing. So for those reasons, I think I can add value, and I hope you guys do too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here applying for the UAB? Okay, very good. So we'll turn back to the commission. I think Commissioner Hayes-Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Mr. Covey. What are your thoughts on climate change and how the utility can work towards our goal of reducing our greenhouse gases?
As a chemical engineer, I believe that our climate change is probably occurring, and if we can do anything about it, I would like to be there to do it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Okay, Commissioner Sacco?
I was going to make a motion if
Go ahead.
no one else has questions. I move that we appoint Mr. Charles Covey. Covey? One more time? Covey. Covey?
Covey.
Covey. Thank you.
There's two ways to pronounce it. My family pronounces it Covey.
Covey. There we go. Thank you, sir. Mr. Charles Covey and Mr. Barry Jacobson, and re-advertise for the partial and full term that's a combo at the top.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to appoint Covey and Jacobson and re-advertise for the partial term. Members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Nathan Scott. So with respect to that, support the appointments. I think both bring some value to the UAB, but I think the role of the UAB is to get into the details and advise the commission, tell you guys what you need to know, not what you want to hear. And unfortunately, given recent editorials that have been in the paper from the UAB chairman, bashing the former general manager, the UAB's just devolved into being a cheerleader for the city commission. I mean, that's just my objective opinion as a former state utility regulator, unfortunately. I think there are some really good ideas that come from that. Mr. Jacobson has had some. Member Foltz has had some. Mr. Rockwell's had some. But the other night when I spoke at the UAB, I was denied the opportunity by the chairman to speak on an agenda item that I'd sat through for nearly an hour, contrary to the adopted rules of procedure of the UAB. He had a meltdown like a little child, tyrannical temper tantrum, making faces at members of the public, is treating me with blatant disrespect as a citizen, a GRU customer, and as a former state utility regulator. I did not provoke that, but I stood my ground in terms of my rights under the adopted rules of procedure. What I'm saying is we need a new UAB chairman. The person treats the public with great disrespect, and unfortunately that was not captured on video because GRU forgot to hit record. But I would love to see this commission see the treatment that the public is receiving, particularly a well-respected former state utility regulator that has expertise in power generation, utilities, and renewable energy. But if you could have seen how I was treated by merely asking for the privilege to speak at a UAB meeting, I think you guys would have a different opinion that change is needed there. Because my point here is that that's the appropriate forum to address concerns from the public, so you guys don't have to get burdened with people talking about it when it comes to you. So we need change in leadership on the UAB, and Wes Wheeler is not the person to chair that committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Covey, and appreciate your willingness to serve. And Mr. Jacobson, thanks for re-upping. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. We moved these appointments to the GPC because our city commissioners were getting very busy, but that was before we moved to 10 a.m. and our city commission meetings are much lighter now, and our GPCs are busier. So I don't know if the commission wants to move these back to the regular city commission meetings. I think it would be probably work better.
Yeah, I brought that up. I asked the clerk just to make sure that it's not a rule change. I don't think it is. Did you?
We don't.
Yeah, so if there's not any objection, I'm happy to start putting those in the mornings on our regular city commission agenda. Any objection? Okay. Yeah, we were just, our regular meetings were getting tied up with, so anyway, I think that'll work fine. And if it doesn't, I mean, we can kind of see where we have the slack in either and put them on there as needed, I think. Okay, so our next item will be discussion and disposition, discussion of disposition of Fire Station 1. So Madam Manager, I'll let you start this off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Phil Mann is here, Special Advisor for Infrastructure and Capital Improvements. It is not only an item that talks about the disposition of Fire Station 1, but it also encompasses where we stand with the ITN that has continued to be open. He'll talk about that as well.
Fantastic. Welcome, Mr. Mann.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I'm fogging my glasses up, so give me a break. Give me a second here. Due to the length of the agenda, I'm going to try to be as brief as I can possibly be. Staff has been working on the various options. 6 options have been presented to the commission in the agenda. A 7th option that has been discussed is to do a private-public partnership, potentially have cities solicit an RFP to raise the existing building, build a new building on the site with stipulation that a certain amount of the square footage be set aside for the city for cultural and recreational activities. After much discussion and debate, staff felt that that would be a very viable option. The other thing, and staff has discussed this at times, just so that the commission is aware, we're looking at somewhere between 3.5 and 4.4 million, depending on whether we do just up to code or whether the building is brought up into a usable shape. The city on an annual basis only has 1.8 million. That's the capital budget for all of our facilities for this year. The facilities department has already spent all but 400,000 of that on existing roofs, and that does not include the Thelma Bolton Center that has a collapsed roof, partially collapsed, and the Fire Training Center, which has a fully collapsed roof, and there are many other unmet roofing and HVAC needs. And the last point I will make, and then on this matter, and then let the commission direct the discussion, is staff's recommendation would also be, if the city commission does elect to sell the property, which is the staff's recommendation, that the proceeds of the sale could be specifically committed to both the Thelma Bolton Center roof improvements and to the Porter's Community Center. Staff is trying to be sensitive to the need that part of the ITN that's associated with this project was desired to benefit the Porter's community. So staff felt that if we sold Fire Station 1, then a logical thing would be to use those proceeds to improve the rec center in Porter's neighborhood. And with that, I'll address any questions the commission may have.
Okay, go ahead.
If I might supplement, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, in addition to options available to the commission to address Fire Station number 1, I think maybe starting back in 2019, under the former manager, the commission had directed that manager to work with the College of Arts, University of Florida, for some space, using the space at Fire Station number 1. That ITN was never really brought to a close or a decision. They are here today because they just never had the opportunity, I guess, to fit into the decision, whatever direction was given by the commission. And so, as Mr. Mann has mentioned, there are so many open infrastructure and capital improvement items in the city that really need to be addressed. There is no budget really to support any renovations, quite frankly, right now to Fire Station number 1, particularly to the degree that he mentioned. There was a consultant's report that apparently took place maybe in the last couple of years that identified the cost in the area of $3 to $4 million in order to bring that Fire Station 1 up to code and into some usable space that would accommodate the College of Arts program. It's a good program, it's a great program, it's in the Porter's community, unfortunately. Just based on my assessment as interim manager, I did not see budget availability to do that. And so hence the recommendation that Mr. Mann has mentioned. It is one of many recommendations that the commission can take relative to the disposition of Fire Station 1. There are PP3 opportunities. Of course, there is the sale of the property and others is listed in the agenda item. But relative to the ITN and the expectation of the College of Arts in terms of bringing that building up to code, what it would cost, the city, as I see, does not have funding availability to do that. So there are a couple of things on the agenda today that needs to be addressed relative to this item. Where we stand with the ITN in terms of direction to the College of Arts and the disposition of Fire Station 1.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chestnut and Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you. I was going to put a motion on the floor. Are you?
I would prefer to have discussion first,
Okay,
just so
okay.
we can make it as inclusive as possible, but I'll come back to you and
Thank you.
recognize you for the motion. Okay, Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I think at the cost of $3 to $4 million, it's not worth fixing the building. You can build a new building for that actually fits exactly the needs. I think one thing we should consider, and where my support right now lies, is that we do in essence, build a new building there and do like a private-public partnership where UF would have kind of their space, we have some community space. I think also looking at like some subsidized dental and medical office space there as well. And then also having fixed income housing on the upper floors, including some subsidized housing. So I think I would like for us to consider putting that out there as an ITN, kind of keeping the UF ITN still open and having them part of the process of what kind of space they need, but then putting it out there for a couple months and seeing what proposals we get back. If anybody wants to build on that site, I think it could be open to a land lease or a sale, but just selling the lot, I think we can get a better building there that actually suits the community, but also helps build housing. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So of the options available to us, I tend to prefer the idea of a partnership with someone to build the sort of thing that we say we want as a commission in downtown. We champion density, we champion housing, we champion space, public spaces for people to grow as a community. I think the opportunity is very likely there that we can find a partner who would be willing to work with us to build a multi-story, I don't mean 14-story, but a multi-story facility on that substantial piece of property on Main Street that could meet what UF is bringing to us with the Spark 352 program. That, in my draft view, would be the primary purpose for the first couple of floors. You build it out to specs that would work with that program. Above that, some commercial space, whether that be offered to health services kind of offices or whatever the proper use would be, and then housing above that, specifically subsidized housing. That is the direction I would like us to go. If we can't do that, then I would prefer to sell the property. I spoke with the architect who did the review, and depending on what we were actually trying to squeeze out of that building, I think we could probably be somewhere in the high 2 millions up to, depending on what happens when we start opening walls, 5 or 6 million. It could be a very expensive project. Because keep in mind that we got that report back from the architect several months ago, and prices have changed since then, quite a bit. I don't want to renovate that building. It is historic, but historic and useful are not necessarily the same thing. I think it would be really important if we do decide to rebuild, if we can incorporate parts of the fire history from that and continue to think of it as the firehouse building or something like that. But I think rebuilding it for a better use would be, for more uses, vertically, would be the best road to go down, particularly if we can do it with a partner who will bear most of the cost. We offer the property, they can offer the expertise and the building. I think that's a better path to follow. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In listening to my colleagues' desires to put housing or commercial space above Spark, there are some concerns that get raised within me. Given the mission of the program, what they came to us intending to do, one of the things that I've always been concerned about was creating an amenity. Let's say we put some mixed-use housing above Spark's program, and we have more upper echelon or more market rate housing than we do affordable housing. Then I'm concerned about the optics and the perception of the community that Spark's program is designed to represent and cater to, that it would appear to be more of an amenity in terms of what this now housing development with a cultural arts center or cultural space beneath it. I've had some conversations with the administration of Spark around that kind of idea. And I would like to ask if Mr. Andrew Tellis would come forward. The idea of the public-private partnership was something that we did explore a little bit, and I wonder, Mr. Tellis, if you would like to take a few moments to just speak briefly to some of Spark's desires or willingness to kind of accommodate that idea. We do know this is a lot different from what you originally brought to us, but I think you also have heard some of the issues that we're facing here that are very real. Your program is outstanding. I think that the potential to do some wonderful work for that existing community and also to make good on the promises that that program has made to the Porter's Quarters community is something that's very, very important to me to see lived out. So could you speak just a few moments to that idea of that public-private partnership and what you might be able to do?
I'd be happy to. Mayor and Commissioners, Andrew Tejas, Director of Collaborative Initiatives. I'm here in person. Colleagues are also available by Zoom to answer any specific questions. I'll speak briefly to the point raised here. We included in the backup a couple of slides that summarize for the Commission as well as for the public, again, what the Spark 352 initiative is about. And of course, there's three different elements to that. One of them being the community collaboration, creative placemaking. That aspect is actually underway in part due to your support of the One Nation, One Project initiative. So that's going to be addressing and building community collaborations to address gun and youth violence. Another area of the Spark initiative is around providing services and programming, and that aspect is also well underway in part due to the Mellon Foundation grant that was recently announced, which is going to engage the neighborhoods and communities in the design and development of programming. And then, of course, the third aspect is the physical space and the community resource. And so that's an area that we unfortunately haven't made much progress on in the last couple of years. But in regards to that, I mean, as indicated in the other two aspects of Spark, we are all about collaboration. And so the more that we can do to support and address community needs, we absolutely are happy to sit either as a resource or as a partner in exploring what those public-private partnership opportunities could look like. Some of our team has actually visited other cities and other communities where they are doing similar, if not exactly the same types of arrangements, where they are using existing structures and either renovating them or tearing them down and building them through these types of public-public-public or public-private partnership opportunities. And so we would be happy to, depending on what the Commission decides in regards to the future of the site of the fire station, again, be a partner in exploring what those could be and how we could actually facilitate some kind of opportunity to build something new that would address multiple needs.
Thank you, Mr. Tejas. I'd like to say to my colleagues, I am hoping that we can be very intentional about whatever happens with this space and that we can be in control of that. I believe that as we look towards how that portion of downtown evolves, it's important to consider those things that we've said that we want to make sure we stave off. Those things like the harmful impacts of gentrification, So whatever we do with this space, I hope that we can be mindful about how we preserve neighborhoods and communities, how we help to make sure that equitable development is at the core of what it is that we do, and this cultural arts piece that has the ability to empower community and bring the type of diversity that we want to continue to see and grow in that downtown area would become things that would be deciding factors in what we move on. So I'll let those be my comments for now and hear from the rest of my colleagues.
Great. We have Commissioner Chestnut and Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I would support staff's recommendation to sell the facility and use the funds for the Thelma Bolton Center and for the Portis community. As for Spark, I could see Spark being placed with the Cultural Center over in Northeast Gainesville that Commissioner Duncan Walker has been talking about. Since Spark is already, their programs are already satellite programs from the Cotton Club to Duval now, and placing those programs there. But our needs are just massive in fixing and renovating our own facilities. And we really need the funds to shore up our own house. And that's what I would support.
Okay, very good, thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone who worked on this. So my feeling is I really don't want to sell the facility unless absolutely necessary, if only because it is such a perfect prime location for anything that we and our partners could put out for the community. So Main Street, depending on how you look at the west side of town, is kind of the very middle. So it's somewhere where everyone could kind of converge, but especially for communities like Porter's, you could walk to something like this. And if you move it to some other facility, that might not be feasible for them. And my understanding from conversations with Spark is the community is getting a little restless of, hey, we've been talking about this, and even if we sell the land and then use that money to benefit them some other way, it's not what was talked about. It's not what was promised. It's deciding kind of for them, like this would be better, as opposed to what they really talked about as what they were interested in. I don't want to do that. I don't want to go back on their word or our word that we want to do something here next to the neighborhood to benefit the neighborhood. That said, I'm never going to support renovating this building. I like old buildings. I like to save them when we can. We can't save this. I do like Commissioner Ward's idea. It's something that Mr. Tejas had brought up. Save some pieces of it, incorporate it into it. Make it not a block building. Make it, reflective of what was here and what we hope to bring, and it becomes part of our character and part of our history. I'd rather build something useful. I'm not against the housing idea. My concern would be more, and I like mixed use, my concern would be it'd be too much if we do it something under 4, and then it's this weird hodgepodge. So I don't want to have like 2 apartments, and then some offices, and then the cultural center, because again, I don't know how much space they would need for what Spark has envisioned, or what the city would like to also incorporate into it. So I think before we can say what we'd like to see, what we are interested in seeing, but I don't want to dictate just yet what goes into that ITN. I want people to hear, we are interested, how do you make it work, and see what happens, but I don't want to say, oh, it must definitely have housing, or we won't even consider it. Because maybe they can come up with something really good that really benefits what they want to do with the community, that really benefits some of our other needs for space. So I'd rather raise it down, just raise it to the ground, and see what some of our local partners can consider, can bring to us, to kind of fit most of these needs, working with Spark and the city, what those needs are, and have that spot there. Fortunately, that would mean Spark has to wait a little, because I do want them here. I do think they also want to be here, because this is a perfect location for what they want to do. And if it becomes kind of a gateway for communities that might not have felt comfortable venturing into other parts of downtown, that I'll use your word, Commissioner, amenities, that seem amenities for folks of a higher tax bracket. It's like, oh, that's an art gallery, like I shouldn't go. Like, what am I doing? There's like, no, we can show you where this is, we can make you feel comfortable in this community, We can, give you art and training and classes on what have you, and then make this kind of a way into something you probably never got to experience or really explore, but you have talent for. Go for it. So I want this here. I think Spark wants this here. I think Porter's wants this here. And that would be my preference if they're amenable to waiting until we see what August or November tells us on the ballot. And if not, then we have other options. But we waited this long. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the discussion that we've had so far. I may disagree with the staff recommendation, but I do want to thank staff for giving us such a thorough breakdown of not just where our commitments lay right now with regards to the Thelma Bolton Center, but also sort of the realities of the renovation and the decisions the commission has to make. And the reason I disagree with the recommendation is because I don't think it's good practice for the government to sell off a valuable asset in order to cover projects which, through no fault of our own, the cost is overrun, or in some cases deferred maintenance. I just don't think that's good practice. I think valuable assets should be kept and not sold for the purposes of renovation and maintenance for other facilities. That being said, I don't want to get too much into discussion today about, I want to focus more on our decision points. So number one, I think we can all agree the building should be raised. It doesn't have a usable future from what I can see right now, and that seems to be the consensus from folks who evaluated the building. So the commission should give direction today to raise the building. Secondly, I do think that the ITN, because it was introduced as a discussion around renovation, we're going to need to have the folks at Spark 352 and our own staff come back, and I think we should set a time period of about 60 days to come back with new parameters for negotiation for building a new construction within a time period of a couple of years. As for the funding options, we have a list of funding options that I think we should keep all options on the table. If, and of course it's a big if, those options change because of outcomes on the ballot, then we reassess at that point. But I think right now, given the commitment that we've already given with the with the ARPA funds that we approved, I think it's really, really important that we give ourselves a commitment to have skin in this game. UF is given skin in this game. The UF partnership, whenever we have partnerships with UF, both the city and UF put skin in the game, and I think that's what this project should be. So I would like to make a motion that we first direct staff to raise the original fire station. Two, that we have staff come back in 60 days with a framework for a formal agreement using the approved multiple funding sources identified by management with Spark 352.
Okay, that motion dies for lack of a second. Commissioner Chestnut, I did indicate that I'd come back to you at some point, but I also would like to offer my perspective before that happens. This has always been an opportunity, right? I mean, when we built the new fire station half a block away, we knew that this was something that was going to be an opportunity. I think going in, we thought that it was going to be a relatively easy opportunity, that we could do a little adaptive reuse and something awesome would go in there, serve a community purpose, and we go on with our next order of business. Once we got in there and realized the sort of extent of what it would take to just get it to a minimum level, brought up to code without any consideration of what would actually happen there, I think we all realized it's not going to happen. It's just not the right thing. Then in talking with Spark 352, I sort of put the question out to them, if you were to design a space for what you want to do and what you envision for our entire community, would it be that space? Well, of course it would. That space was very specifically designed to get fire trucks in and out and to feed a bunch of people and house a bunch of people for 24-hour shifts, right? So we've kind of been trying to ram that square peg into the round hole for a while. So I'm glad to hear, like, okay, let's not keep expending resources on doing that. Commissioner Ducker-Walker used the term intentional, and I like that term, because I think it's important, especially as we give direction to our staff. Spark 352 has been very intentional with us all along, saying that the geographical center of what they want to do is a big part of their approach. Now, could they do other programming in other places? Sure, but they need to be effective at what they're trying to do, to be in the city center. So I want to continue finding a solution to that. If they are able to design a space that is going to function for exactly what they're trying to do, it's going to attract more people, it's going to be able to serve more people, it's going to have a bigger impact. I don't want to get out too far ahead of ourselves on what else may go there. I want to empower our staff to think creatively on what that solution looks like. I want to see Spark 352 there. I want it to be a community asset that's going to serve folks for a generation to come. And then there's a lot of other possibilities after that. And I don't want at this point to say we would only consider X, Y, and Z or not. Part of it's going to depend on how we can make the economics work, right? That's where housing comes in. I mean, the housing market is so underserved. We are in such desperate need of housing to be built that there's an opportunity there, but it might not be the only opportunity. But I do, I am intrigued by the idea of housing over public space, because it helps us get to our housing shortage. At the same time, address those needs. And Commissioner, you were there at the Cultural Arts Coalition induction, the Youth Advisory induction. And it's just a narrative you've been sharing as often as anybody will let you, about listening to our youth and what do they want and need. And so this fills another gap that you too, Commissioner Sanchez, have been talking for a long time about downtown needs to be more than businesses and bars, right? That it can't just be law offices and restaurants and bars. That's not what vibrant downtowns have. So this brings that next thing that will bring families and youth and be something meaningful. So I hear a consensus that we're ready to move on from this building. And so I would like our staff to come back to us with some options that allow a public-private partnership that maintain the relationship and continue with the primary intention of including Spark 352 in that partnership, and that they will be the public-facing sort of element on the ground of that facility. And then other options that may include but not be limited to commercial or residential uses above that. And let us see what comes back. Let us see what the interest in, what the sort of private sector is able to do, what they're able to put together with access to affordable housing funds, and that sort of thing. Because then I think we can see much more clearly. It's all been hypothetical so far. So once we put that out and are a little bit more intentional, a little bit more specific about what we want to see, then we're going to get some, I think, clear options, including what's likely to happen there, what's likely to get funded, and finance, that sort of thing. I just I want Spark to hear that I really want to remain committed to them and their mission. I feel like if we miss this, it's going to be a while before the next one comes along, and we can't wait. So I saw a lot of hands. Let's go Harvey, then Desmond, and then, yeah. So we'll kind of try to get the motion.
Yes,
if we
I know.
can. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I heard very clearly the idea of raising, and while I think that's where we end up, I think the building comes down. I want to be careful about taking it down, just in case, we are committing to taking it down first, just in case we end up selling it, and we sell it. I don't want to sell an empty piece of land. I would like to sell it and let people make their own decision with it, rather than us saying, nope, here's your bare piece of land. Also, if we're committing to either selling it or rebuilding fully on that site, it's going to take a long time to get started. And I would not like to have I don't want to have an unused structure there, but I also would really like to not have a vacant lot with construction debris and a construction fence around it for 2 years. I would like to minimize the amount of time between the building coming down and the new building coming up, rather than just having empty space for an extended period of time. So, but I'd like to leave that up to staff, frankly, when the building gets raised. We're not developers, so I would like to leave that up to staff's choice. I'm not opposed to selling the building and the lot. I'm not opposed to it. I just want to do I want us to be able to look back in 10 years and say, that was a really good idea, whatever the idea is. And I think there's opportunity in a public-private partnership. If that doesn't work out, I'm okay selling it too. Now, that might mean that we miss the best part of the market and cost ourselves a little money by wading through it and trying to see what we can do with a partnership. But I'm about 60% partnership and about 40% sell, just to give you an idea of where my thinking is. I do want to see what staff can recommend and what the community has to bring. And I mean the whole community, UF, private partners, people who live across the street, etc. I want to hear what folks can bring to the idea of a public-private partnership. And that stretches it out. And that is a hard thing for our partners at Spark 352 and our partners in Borders Quarters to have to deal with. Nobody wants to hear that it's going to take a little more time. I mean, that's a hard thing when you've been waiting for it for a good long while already. But I think that's how we get the best product. It is by inviting more ideas to the table. If we do a public-private partnership, I strongly want our piece of it, the city's piece of it, to be the land, not the land and a whole bunch more money. I don't want somebody to come to us and say, we'll take the land and $2 million and we'll build something really nice. No. I want us to keep a sharp pencil on that. So that's my hope. And further, that it be to a large degree self-sustaining if we do a public-private partnership. I don't want us to keep having to fund the large pieces of this going forward. And I think that's pretty easy to accomplish. I do believe that sustaining is possible in this. We put a lot on the plate, Madam Manager, I understand that. And while having a couple $1 million to work with is very attractive, I think we will be prouder of a partnership in the long run. So that's just my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to say thank you to staff. It is not lost on me the work that you put into providing us with the facts. And I do want to say I was stunned and mortified to know the condition that some of our buildings are in, just to be candid, to say the least. And a little heartbroken to know what is happening with Thelma Bolton Center. And I know it's probably of no one's control, but that's kind of the question or the request that I would like to make. I'm not sure about the way that we have been consciously maintaining our structures, and I know interim manager, you're brand new here, but I would like to say that hearing about the condition of the roofs of our buildings and kind of being presented with, well, we've got so much that's in disrepair that we may not be able to consider this, was a challenge for me. So I'm hoping that as we move forward, like I say, I certainly do not want to discredit the hardworking staff here because we have some amazing people who do great work. I'm not sure what has happened to get us to this point where we have several roofs, and I know some have collapsed, but I also have heard that we have some walls that are not in the greatest condition. So where is the missing piece where we're not on the front end of this, preventing this or catching it before we have to do major investments in this stuff? And it's really not a question as much as it is a statement, Madam Manager.
Because it boils down to dollars and cents.
Absolutely, absolutely, and therein lies the issue, you know, because this commission had received something that we were very excited about a long time ago, even before I arrived. And when I got here, I got excited about it. And like I'm saying, I was a little startled to receive your facts. I wanted you to know that it is not lost on me that these are major concerns that we do have to address, and I'm sure.
Yes, ma'am, because they're buildings that our community builders, our employees live in.
For sure, and they're historic buildings in some instances that I'm also, you know, I'm sure you will figure the path forward in the way that we are able to pool the resources and pull the resources from the spaces where we need to in order to address those needs. I just wanted to say it's not lost on me. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that has been a constant kind of drumbeat, I think, both the commission and the community is the vacant land that we have. We try to look for housing to be able to own it. It's owned by the public. That has been something that I've heard across the board, and this is on our main street. I mean, it's where it's a few hundred feet from our bus station. I mean, it's a good place for housing. I think to Commissioner Song's point, I don't think that we need to have has to have this much housing or whatever. I think we should have staff come back in 60 days with kind of a framework, an ITN, RFP, whatever it might be. I leave up to them what the best options are. Making sure that UF 352 Spark is a part of that partnership, and then bring that back to us for a public-private partnership of what, putting it out there and seeing what would is there anybody who wants to do a building and build it? What are you going to have? Here are the goals that we have. We want this kind of stuff and stuff like that, but I think that would give us much more options and give us real options to actually talk about when we get that back. On the funding, I think, yes, the land, but if we're asking for a lot of public space, we're going to have to put in more money. And I think that's something that we have to, there's CRA funds, wild space and public funds. I think it's got to depend on what exactly we want in the building, but it may not just be land to be enough to cover it.
Okay, Commissioner.
Well, Mr. Mayor, and listening to everyone, I would say that if we go out for a public-private partnership in making this motion, that we put a time limit on it, that we look for 6 months. Do you all think that's sufficient, or?
Madam Manager, let's
Yeah,
ask you.
Thank you. I do believe we need to put a time frame on it. I was looking at probably August, giving us about 6 months for all of that encompassed. I don't think that raising the building at this point is probably, it is something that eventually will have to happen. But funds would have to be put in place for that to happen if we did it right now anyway. And that would probably be, I don't know, Mr. Mann gave me an estimate of anywhere between $100,000 and $200,000, depending on whether asbestos or some other, issues crop up. And so we just need a little time. And I think within the 6-month period, probably through August would get us there.
Can we say the first meeting in August, first commission meeting in August?
I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to have a two-part motion. That would, first, we would have staff go to the market, or what have you, to look for a public-private partnership within 6 months, or August 1st, first meeting in August, to report back to us. Secondly, if that fails, then we look at putting the property up for sale to the public or private owner, whomever.
Okay, thank you. Is there a
That's my
second
motion.
for that? Motion is second. And what I would say, Madam Manager, and I know you would do this anyway, but let's just, so everybody hears this, is that as you're issuing that notice of interest, whether it's an I-10 or RFP, I think, and I don't know what works better for this, and it's just non-responsive, just let us know that as soon as possible.
Of course.
Because if that's the case, that tells us a lot. And then we can move more quickly with the disposition. If you are getting interest, and I expect you to, I think this is just too attractive of a piece of property for there not to be some folks that are going to get creative. Then great. And then we'll take it up in that first meeting in August. Okay. Yeah.
I think one thing that I think would be good to have the motion is that we want to continue the partnership with UF 352 Spark, if that's okay. And then,
You want to add that to?
yeah, if that's okay. And then the other portion is, I do think, just so we make sure that I think whenever you have the IT and the framework or whatever kind of the basics of it to come back to make sure, you put on a commission meeting, make sure it's actually what we want. I don't want it to go out and then we don't like what was actually put out in the ITN. So just to make sure, another kind of check, to make sure it's on with.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So bring it back to the commission for approval once it's drafted. And then it will include, part of that public-private partnership element will be Spark 352. Okay. And then after that, just sort of get creative. Okay, thank you all. Really good discussion. Members of the public.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Nicholas Scott. So I think generally I support the motion. I think it's well-reasoned. I do not support getting into the renovation of the building with a $5 million price tag. It would be probably cheaper and more cost-effective to just raise it and build something else. I also want to add that I'm not necessarily opposed to the sale, but I think there's other solutions outside of a public-private partnership that can be considered by the commission in terms of affordable housing and doing something that would honor the legacy and the history of that fire station to our dedicated first responders. And I'll get to that in a second. With respect to Spark 352 and the Eastside Health Clinic, I think both of those are very necessary in our community. Okay, so I don't want to undermine what's being proposed by UF. But the problem with UF's position, and I'm pain to say this is a double gator, is they take more than they give to our community. Case in point, they don't want to bring money into this. They expect you to build it, and then we will come. Same thing for Eastside Clinic. I wish somebody would put me up in business with a $5 million building and build it, and then let me go into for-profit enterprise. So yes, it's needed in East Gainesville, but why isn't UF stepping up to the table to do these things their own because they have a profit motive? You guys are financing them making profit. So that's where I think I kind of draw the line. I'm disappointed that this whole UF partnership really never came to fruition on the site. But what I would encourage the commission to do, and think about this as potentially an alternative that hasn't been discussed. Affordable housing is key on your mind. That's prime real estate. We need to respect the Porter's community. We want to have a vibrant downtown. You had $32 million of federal money that squandered, but could have been used for affordable housing. You could raise this, build affordable housing there, build multi-use, mixed use there, some retail, affordable housing. The city could have done this with federal money, self-sustaining. But my point is, there was a historic nightclub in Manchester, England. It was called the Hacienda, and it was the house that New Order built. And never got to go there, but I heard it was a rave. It's supposed to be a joke. This is a picture of that building today, is mixed-use apartments. I actually took a picture of it while I was in Manchester, England. And, you could build a building, instead of calling it the Hacienda, which was the name of the nightclub, you could name it the fire station or something like that to honor our first responders and have something that might be good for the community. The city could do itself if you guys are more diligent stewards of taxpayer money. So yeah, public-private partnerships are good. Potential sale, but I mean, let's not give things away to developers if we can come up with a better idea ourselves and listen to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I just wanted to take this chance to remind the commission, it's been a long time since you've seen the proposal that outlines SPARK 352 that was submitted in response to the ITN. But that proposal, I just want to remind you, was not a UF proposal. That was prepared together with community members. That we had, from the very beginning, the intention and actually did bring in community members to prepare that proposal so that it reflected what the community actually wanted. So in regard to bringing SPARK 352 into the process and the significance of having community input, that's being brought in as a part of the SPARK 352 initiative if we're going to look at potential partnership opportunities to address other needs on the side of the fire station. So that's the first point I just wanted to remind. The second is, in that proposal, UF is also committed and remains committed to contributing more than $1 million a year to actually operate that site. So the intention was never that the city would have to continue to maintain through staffing or funding the operation and maintenance of that initiative on that site. And that commitment remains in place, and that's something that we hope, and we have followed through by getting some grant funding to start funding some of those activities to this point, and that will continue. That effort will continue as we go forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Adam, or Madam Clerk, I know we have some other folks from UF maybe on the call, so we'll acknowledge them first if they'd like to add anything. I don't know who, I think I see Doc, I don't have my, I see half your face, Dr. Wasabi, I think.
Oh, should be.
Or should be? Yeah,
Most definitely.
there we go, okay. Now I can see you.
I was actually waiting because I know our Dean, Onye Ozuzu, is on the public comment line, so I don't know if we're at public comment yet, and I would not want to be out of turn and speak before my Dean speaks. He's waiting on the line.
Wise.
Sure. So, Adam, I don't know who you have there on the line, but let's go ahead and take all those folks.
We do have the dean on the line.
Great.
If I can turn to the dean, Dean Azuzu, you have 3 minutes. Ms. Jones. Dean, you can turn the volume down on your stream.
Hello?
Yep. Dean Azuzu, you're on the line. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. I first want to start off thanking the commission. I am really moved listening to the conversation this afternoon. Thank you for your work, thank you for your partnership, and thank you for the depth of listening that has been evidenced by the conversation that I've listened to so far today. And I don't want to repeat many of the things that have already been stated by many of you. You have spoken, many of you, as if you are members of our community working group, and so welcome to the SPARK 352 initiative. And Kellis has made clear that the College of the Arts believes in and remains committed to building and enhancing these positive interactions that we are having with our local Gainesville community to promote creativity, art making, and entrepreneurship as a platform for community wellness and reconciliation. And these efforts remain consistent with the strategic objectives of the college. We have hired 40 new faculty who have come to the college under a meta-narrative that has ensured that every single one of them is a change maker and is looking to educate artists and to make art that makes a difference in the world. Those human beings are here. They are part of the Gainesville community, and they are ready to work, and we're in conversation right now to activate with them the $750,000 Mellon grant that's just been announced, that's been awarded to SPARK 352 to start building programming today. And that work is going to continue, is going to emerge in our community this summer. And I think that all of that is evidence of the fact that the building is the case that we build around us. But we, and the conversations that are happening, the conversations that you are having today, and the evidence of the conversations that you've had with the SPARK 352 working group are the energy that is attracting the funding from a foundation like Mellon. And I can just share that when we were in the room, it was community members at the table with us that convinced Mellon to give that grant to this community in partnership with UF. It wasn't UF, it was just evidence of the conversation and the relationships that we're building. And so I think that as I hear you turning the ship toward continuing the work, I think that we have clear evidence that the relationships that we're building and the mutual understanding and listening that we're developing in our community has the potential to attract the answers to the questions that still remain. And I appreciate the evidence and the confidence that you have, and we are with you, and let's move forward. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Dee.
All right, our next caller, I will also apologize to, our last discussion about the appointments, Ms. Martinez called in just as you were taking your vote. My apologies, Debbie. You have 3 minutes to speak on this issue.
Yes, but first of all, before I address the commission, I called in before they called for the vote. I called in when Nathan Scott started talking. So I think it's important. This is not the first time this has happened, and it's not just that it's happened to me numerous times, but a large number of citizens have called in and complained that they were not heard after they called in. So I wanted to say that before I address the commission. And I'm not sure if Mayor Poe is there. Is he the man at the end of the table in the light blue short sleeve wide better shirt? If not, I'll just pretend he's there. So I want to address Mayor and Commissioners. I'm impressed that I'm hearing Commissioners talk about wanting to sharpen their pencils when it comes to budget. I have not heard that in years. And if it takes, re-election to have Commissioners start wanting to be fiscally responsible, then maybe we should think about going back to 3-year terms instead of this extended 4-year terms that we have. And other than that, I just think that, it's time that you all really start looking at your voted budget. At the last city commission meeting, or maybe the one before that, citizens were not confused when they wanted you to start by cutting your floating travel budget. They weren't confused. They weren't saying that you were wanting to increase your floating travel budget. They just wanted you to decrease them. But again, thank you for taking my call this time.
Thank you, Debbie. We have one more caller. We're just getting finished screening. I think it was something from start before. Can we give 10 seconds more? Very nice. Okay. Armando Rudy Gomez. Armando, good for you.
Thank you. It was refreshing after hearing the dean speak, and I think it was OSW Craig speaking. It's really refreshing to hear some of the work that they want to do in these communities, places and spaces, and it really is good to have that dynamic and it could be done. It was, I know Mr. Craig has been trying to work for the last, year and a half, almost 2 years, whether it be from the fire station that being moved, and it seems like we have been wanting to move this project along and projects along to do great work within the community. So it is refreshing to hear some commissioners up there actually seem to get it. Some of you, I think, are on the cusp of it, but I appreciate the work OSB and the dean have put in to address these issues in the community that have long needed to be addressed. So kudos to OSB and the dean and you in building a real vibrant public-private partnership that is very much needed at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Armando. At this point, there's nobody else on the line. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So anything else that the Spark team wants to add before we get to a vote?
Sure, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, City Manager Curry. I just wanted to add 2 specific things. To say thank you to all of you for your service, for your leadership, for the courage to step forward in this process. I am not at all confused as a returning son of Gainesville around strained relationships between our community, specifically our Black communities that border UF with the university. Those strained relationships that exist also with city government. And just the other day, I have to give specific kudos to staff and specifically to City Manager Curry who got everybody on the call for us to have a real conversation about where we were in this process. And I said at the end of it, I wish we would have had this conversation 2 years ago because we would be so much further ahead. And so I want to thank you all for getting the right people in the place at the right time. And to just echo this moment that this is a really critical time in the history of our city. We believe that we can be part of the answer. It is clear that you all have heard us, and not just us, as the dean said, you've heard our community members who we are here representing. We have been committed up day and night working to build an environment where we believe that we can be effective in this work. And this Mellon grant is first evidence of that. This is not us coming to the table and saying one day we're going to do something. That we are now in the process of rolling our sleeves to get this work started. And to last button that up, I believe that there's a level of momentum that is happening in our city right now that has this type of work is what our community is looking for. This particular site, as I've said to all of you all individually, is actually important because it begins to bring and stitch our community back together. And so we're so excited to hear about your willingness to move forward in this process and to have Spark as the initiative, as a partner in this process. The symbol of a city-owned space that's activated by community with the support of the university is a powerful thing, and we are really so thankful. And so I want to quickly pass to my colleagues, Dr. Champion and Alana Jackson.
And I'm going to keep my comments really brief, particularly because there's nothing that I would have said that hasn't already been pretty thoroughly stated by you, Mayor Poe, and the commissioners, by the people on our team. It is clear that you understand what it is that we're trying to do and the ways that we're trying to be intentional about working with community, with the city as a partner. And the only thing that I would just add is that we are looking forward and excited to be at the point where we can sit down with city staff and really start to think about some creative options for how to move this forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just echo the thanks as well. Everything has pretty much been said, but we're really excited and grateful to you all anyway today, and also just recognizing that building place is about building people, and so we're excited to start and continue this work with you all.
All right, thank you all for everything that you've done up to this point. We look forward to the participation in this discussion over the next several months here to get something back to the commission that really can launch this thing forward and see the final outcome that we all want to achieve. So with that, we'll move back to the commission, and all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Madam Manager, if you put that on an agenda, let me know as soon as that's ready to go out.
I will.
We'll get it launched.
Thank you.
Okay, just looking ahead, I'm going to, we'll go ahead and do the food item next. This is probably for Ms. McCready more than anybody, but I think I would like to take up the DP5, fair chance hiring, after that, because I know we do have some folks that have been here and are waiting around, and I just want to make sure that they have an opportunity to present and have to be part of the discussion before that.
So fair chance hiring right after this one?
Correct. But with that, Madam Manager, I'll allow you to introduce this next item.
Sure, this is Carissa Raskin from Strategy Planning and Innovation. She is our leader on all food issues and subject matter. And so Carissa, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ms.
She's
Perry.
going to update us on where we are.
Great, Ms. Raskin, good to have you.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, Chris Raskin, Civic Collaboration Supervisor for the City of Gainesville. I too will attempt to make this brief, certainly more brief than last year's presentation, which, if you all remember, was quite lengthy. So I prepared an update on a variety of different initiatives that we're working on at the city. We do have a slide presentation, which I believe is coming up now, which my wonderful colleague Brandy will help move us through, I believe. If we could go ahead and advance to the next slide, or not slides. One moment while they get themselves situated. All right, if we could go to the next slide, please. So I've broken the projects down as an update on items that are either completed or very near to completion. A brief update on projects that we're working directly with the county on as part of our joint city-county local food system policy board, which Commissioner Sacco and Commissioner Duncan Walker are a part of. And then finally, 2 items which staff would like some further discussion and possible direction on. So next slide. To start, I'll highlight the Edible Groves project. This is an initiative that is basically the planting of fruit and nut trees in some of our public spaces, 2 parks and an area on Southwest 40th Boulevard that was already underway with some renovations. We have had a cross-department collaboration on this, being Department of Sustainable Development, as well as Public Works, planting fruit and nut trees. We actually had a school tour fairly recently where kids were out at Fred Cone Park to learn more about the trees growing. They are situated to allow anyone in the community to go and pick from the trees. So it's a very accessible mechanism for getting fresh food into the hands of neighbors who need it. It also helps to beautify the space. And there have been volunteers through Keep Alachua County Beautiful to help with the upkeep of the gardens as needed, or I'm sorry, of the groves as needed. We do have some beautiful signage, which if you get a chance to go, read the sign. I wrote a poem. It's not my specialty, but I was kind of proud of it. Lighten things up a little bit. And I will mention that this project was funded through the Tree Mitigation Fund and Wild Spaces Public Places. Next slide, please. This is an update on our city's community garden program. There is currently an initiative underway which will come to conclusion fairly soon. As the commission discussed last year, some of our gardens have been seeing hard times. Sometimes they don't look as lively as they could. I think honestly, being a site coordinator myself, COVID had some challenges facing our gardens, but the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs has been amazing. They are reworking their site coordinator agreement to ensure that there's better connection and communication between the members gardening and the city. They've also increased the amount of support they're able to provide. So the general grounds maintenance is increased. We've been able to get permission to install some drip irrigation. And there is a stronger partnership with UF-IFAS as well. And so they are working that. We also have a better mechanism for getting people onto wait lists in an equitable fashion to ensure that the gardens are in constant use and that we don't have as many vacancies. So they are working on the final details of getting that underway, and it is anticipated for implementation this spring. Next slide, please. And just, there was some question around where the community gardens are located, so I thought providing this slide might be helpful to you all. And then next slide. And of course, to see some of our beautiful gardens underway, which they do look lovely. Okay, next slide. There had also been a question of the commission last year, which I presented this information to the Joint City-County Local Food System Policy Board, but I wanted to bring it to you all as well. A question around where or what challenges per city policy and zoning might preclude mobile farm stands, and I am pleased to report that there are no barriers. That we have been able to identify that the food truck ordinance permits all mobile farm stand and mobile farmer market operations in public and private properties, and that these operations are also permitted in right-of-ways as long as vehicles are parked in a legal place where on-street parking is permitted, and that there is no impediment to the flow of traffic. So any question around where mobile farm stands could operate, it's a pretty clear cut. There isn't a lot of barrier at all to that, which is great news. Next slide, please. Also, I'm excited to share that on March 3rd, the Urban Agricultural Ordinance, which you all discussed and approved the draft version of last year, will be presented. The first public hearing will be March 3rd. So that will come to you all, and if it passes that hearing as well as the second hearing, the policy, again, which you have heard, will go into effect. And I'll just remind you, there was a great deal of community engagement in the actual drafting of this policy. It started as a grassroots initiative, and it continued to engage the community throughout. which is not always how the policy happens, and so I was really quite proud of how our community came together to support it. And a major shout out to the Department of Sustainable Development and Andrew Person's team, because I couldn't have moved this without them. So that is exciting. Next slide, please. Okay, so we do have a joint city-county local food system policy board. This board was created last year through an interlocal agreement with Alachua County. We began meeting over the summer and had an amendment to the board in November to be inclusive of not just city and county commissioners, but we now have additional subject matter experts in seats. We have a UF IFAS represented, we have Santa Fe College, and a couple of other seats as well. And that board is really positioned to focus on 4 main projects, those of which are the Healthy Corner Store Initiative, Good Food Purchasing Program, a food shed map, and a community grocery store. Next slide, please. And I'll just mention that that list of projects is something that was discussed as the initiation of the board. That's really why the board was created, because the city and the county both felt that those were projects they wished to collaborate on. So the first I will mention here is the Healthy Corner Store Initiative. The county has taken lead on this project. The chair of the board is the county. It's County Commissioner Anna Prizia. And at our most recent meeting this month, this slide was presented as the timeline of the Healthy Corner Stores Initiative. They have hired a consultant, a member of our community, Ms. Leah Cohen, who is the Executive Director of the Agricultural Justice Project. She will be serving that role to help move this project forward, convening corner store owners in developing a plan for what it would look like to have a Healthy Corner Store Initiative. I have presented a presentation to the joint board on a variety of models of what Healthy Corner Store initiatives look like across the country. I'd be happy to give you more detail, but I won't at this time to keep the presentation short, but I'm happy to do so if you wish at a future date. But that you can see from the timeline that there is a plan to move this forward, and at this time, city staff have not been asked to provide anything specific, but we do know that there may be that ask at a future joint board meeting, and so that I believe would come back to this commission as well. Next slide. These projects, so the Good Food Purchasing Program is one that the city is engaging in under a contract with Alachua County through their sheriff's office. The city itself does not have a large food procurement footprint. We do not purchase much food. And therefore, we were not seen as really an eligible candidate to enter into a contract with the Good Food Purchasing Program. That program is really all about procurement. It helps institutions, think about schools, hospitals, universities, large institutions that have large food procurement footprints, help them to abide by a set of values for how they source their food. So, animal welfare, fair labor, local sourcing, nutrition, things of that nature. But again, because the city doesn't have a large procurement footprint for food, we're going in with the county under their contract. It does not require any dollars from the city to do so. So that is important to note. The food shed map is something that city staff and other community partners have assisted the county with by providing a great deal of data on where our local food assets are, that being our nonprofits and our for-profits and our farms, all related to the food space. So that is how we are participating in that. And then the Community Grocery Store Initiative is one that we will follow up with later in this meeting. That is the one project of the Joint City-County Local Food System Policy Board that the city itself was lead on. The others, the county has been lead. Next slide, please. So we are now at the point in the presentation to discuss more current initiatives. And so I wanted to bring to you, which has been presented to, or I have presented previously at the Zero Waste Subcommittee around the Wasted Food Recovery Initiative as related to the current draft of the Food Waste Ordinance, which is a component of the Solid Waste Ordinance, which you all discussed on February 3rd, earlier this month. And so I and our team in Strategy Planning and Innovation were able to put together a survey to identify any challenges that some of our partners who may be impacted by the food waste ordinance may face, also what benefits they see, just their thoughts on the food waste ordinance. And we only started that survey process once the Zero Waste Subcommittee had gotten the drafted ordinance to its most completed state. And so we had 2 different surveys that went out. One was to food donation recipients. Those would be the nonprofit partners that would be receiving food donations. And the other survey was to food generating businesses. So those businesses that might be providing food donations from the excess that they have at the end of the day, which is what we're trying to avoid. And I will provide you with some data highlights from what we found. But before I do so, I want to give a huge shout out to our partners. So next slide, please. There have been many folks, for-profits and non-for-profits, involved in this initiative to kind of rally around what everybody believes is a great thing, is to see less food waste in our community and more edible food into the hands of people who desperately need it. So there have been just a number, and this list is not comprehensive. There are more partners who have been engaged than those listed here. This is just a smattering of them. Okay, next slide, please. So we'll start with the food donation recipient data, and I will just briefly go over this. There's more information that was included in backup for you. But basically, what we learned from the participants is that in order to receive increasing amounts of food that would be donated through the food waste ordinance, some of the things that would be helpful would be increased storage space at our nonprofit partners, certainly refrigeration. When we talk about food, perishable foods and prepared foods can be a challenge when our small nonprofits don't have that refrigeration. They would love to have more food donations, certainly, to be able to give to their clients. It's just a matter of having the infrastructure to be able to receive it. And then, of course, the human resources, whether it's staff or volunteers, you need people to help manage that influx, especially if it's going to be a large influx. We also found that we have a number of different mechanisms that nonprofits use to get food out into the hands of community members. So we have our standard food pantries, but we also have food distribution events. Think of those as like your farm shares or your Bread of the Mighty trucks that come. We have home deliveries, so people who are volunteering and actually driving free groceries to individuals' homes. And we have prepared community meals, so your Wednesday evenings at local churches. I also want to point out that we have been able to work really closely with Bread of the Mighty Food Bank and gather some data from them and very transparent feedback. I'll just note that Bread of the Mighty is in a position right now where they're under corporate restructuring and leadership. And so the information that I have gleaned from them is that they are currently receiving donations from grocery stores about 3 to 5 times weekly. I do not know how much food they are receiving from grocery stores or what percentage of the excess is being donated. Could be 10%, could be 100%. I don't have that data. I do also know that they have the Gainesville Harvest Program, which is more of a direct from business to nonprofit form of donation. Those are where they're able to take less shelf-stable foods, but still no prepared foods. And the food bank has indicated they are not prepared to handle any prepared food at all going through either of their programs via donation. From the food generating business survey, if we could change slides. Thank you. We were able to survey about 25 businesses completed the survey. For 15 of them, we found that they gave feedback that they are generating less than 1 cubic yard of waste per week, so the ordinance would not necessarily apply to them. Of the 10 businesses that it would apply to, because they generate more than 1 cubic yard, we found that 4 of them are already donating for human consumption. 1 is donating for animal feed and 2 are composting. And again, some of the barriers that they experience are similar to that of the nonprofits. They lack the adequate storage and refrigeration to hold excess food overnight, which makes it a barrier for the donors or the recipients to pick it up if it has to be picked up the next day. And the coordination of logistics, just sometimes figuring it out when you're trying to run your business that's already struggling. It could be a challenge to figure out how to do that donation more effectively. For composting, they have external parties coming to pick up the food scraps from businesses. Some of the other barriers related to composting were the perception of compost attracting vermin was one of the larger ones. And so some of the additional resources that they requested was assistance in repackaging leftover food into smaller portions, educations around safety for food donation, packaging materials itself, and other education as related to composting in our community. So what staff have prepared are just items for consideration. Next slide, please. Okay, yes, this one. So to coincide with the policy implementation, based on the survey data that we collected, we really see 3 different mechanisms. So there could be, we implement the policy and there's no programming or other support offered either to the nonprofits or to the businesses. Or we could implement the policy and agree to fund an educational campaign to our businesses. That campaign may include information on things like source reduction, best practices for food waste recovery, how to compost, education around what the Good Samaritan Act includes. And if this is the option that the City Commission chooses, we could either have staff develop and implement the education, or potentially use an RFP or an RFQ to have a vendor develop and implement an educational campaign. Or thirdly, we could do the policy implementation and then conduct further research and fund implementation of programs that mitigate some of the barriers that I presented on previous slides. Things such as incentives for refrigeration, either to nonprofits or businesses, transportation for pickup or drop-offs of prepared foods, piloting a shared facility space to help deal with the prepared foods, and potentially, look at partnering with Bread of the Mighty, as they would need they are in seek of a larger facility to address some of their own capacity issues. So these are very different levels of ways that the city could engage, but these are the options that we saw based on the data that we collected. I don't know if the commission wishes for me to continue on. Our last item is a hefty one for conversation as well. So I could continue and then we can go back, or I can pause here and we can discuss this and then I can advance. The next one is the grocery store.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Keep going? Okay, certainly. So the final slide that I have for you today is on our grocery store project. So just as a recap, on January 6th of this year, the commission decided that the proposed grocery store that had been brought to the city via an unsolicited proposal was not to advance forward, and that the commission wished to take a pause, hear this presentation, and reconsider maybe the direction that we wanted to go. There are other models certainly for community-driven grocery stores that have been presented to the City Commission by our policy oversight staff in the clerk's office, and other models that just exist more broadly. So there are a couple of options here. Staff's recommendation is to wait on this item until a policy on the unsolicited proposal process be heard and approved by the City Commission, and then entertain new unsolicited proposals for a grocery store if vendors should decide that they wish to submit an unsolicited proposal. However, other options are available, and that may include leveraging data that we have collected or that our partners have collected. So I believe the commission is aware that there was a community survey done in Southeast Gainesville by a local nonprofit, Grace Grows, that has some data that could inform potentially an RFQ or further engagement around a grocery store. Or another option may be for the city staff to conduct a new community engagement process to identify needs and visions of our neighbors, and then follow that with an RFQ for proposals around a grocery store. So those are the 3 options, one of which is a staff recommendation. And that is the conclusion of my slides.
Thank you, Ms. Raskin, I appreciate it. Start with Mr. Sacco.
Thank you, Ms. Raskin. Every time I see you, my heart lights up because I know we're going to get good news. I mean it. So if we could, I'll start here. So I'm perfectly comfortable waiting for the unsolicited proposal policy to come forward. I think that's the smartest choice before we decide to do much else. I would be interested in seeing that survey that was already conducted. If they're willing to share it, I don't know why reinvent the wheel. If it was done here and we have that data and it's fairly recent, it's good. So I'd love to see that, if anything else, just for us to know what our neighbors are saying. So there's no harm in that. That doesn't mean we're going in any one way, but we at least get to see what folks are saying. And if we could go back one slide, please. Thank you. So option 1 is a no for me. I like to see how we can help the community in doing this. So I am always for an education campaign, especially in something like this. A lot of folks I know will say, well, I'll get sued if I donate food and someone gets it. But that's not how anything works. So I think making sure food generating businesses really understand that. And that could be a pamphlet, that could be a webinar that we record, that could be something. But if you have questions and you probably want to help, and who doesn't want to help, here's the information. You'll be okay if you try to help your neighbor. So I am all for that. I don't know if it's something, I'm going to say this carefully. Knowing the load on staff, I would still prefer to do this in-house, because that way it's what we want, and we can tweak it in future how we want without having to go back to a consultant or outside vendor. Like, I need you to redo your video. I'd rather do that in-house for future tweaking purposes as our policy grows or changes. That said, I also recognize you guys are overworked. So, however a balance could be struck, but I'd like us to have control of it. As for research and fund implementation, I think we talked about this before, of how to, what we could do to help with refrigeration. And I think it was back in that first food conversation we had. And I don't think it's a terrible idea, especially if it's like smaller like boots on the ground kind of distributors of food assistance. So my church is one of the ones that you put up, so I'm very excited about that. We have I think one big fridge in the back. That's it. So if we are trying to do meals and open our doors, it's kind of difficult to pack slightly more than the average home fridge. So if it's someone that's just preparing meals and trying to do that for, through a church or a smaller, we're going to serve fewer than 100 people today kind of thing, I think that's an inexpensive system that hits a lot of people. But I recognize we can't do that for like commercial fridges and freezers at a large scale. That's just not viable. But if there would be a way to assist at that level, I'd be for it. I am fairly interested in a shared facility, because I understand that's been the hard one. That's supposed to be the purpose of Bread of the Mighty, that it is that facility people go to, they get all their stuff, and then it distributes back out. But with whatever issues they might be having right now, I don't know if it's worth having an alternative that is a little more upgraded and better equipped with the data that we have to make it more inclusive of our needs and the barriers. So I would not be opposed to seeing a proposal for such a pilot with cost estimates, because it could be very helpful for all of those programs we have, and as the kind of seat of the county, people come through here, especially for things that are prepared food and could just be, we dump it here and it'll be out by the end of the night. And I will never oppose a partnership with Bread of the Mighty once they figure out what's going on. I'd be more than happy to have them as a dedicated partner. I think how we did with the Gainesville Housing Authority, it is not a dedicated partner that we go to. They are subject matter experts. They know what's happening. They know what the distributors of food access and assistance need and are doing. They would be an invaluable partner to have. And I'd be very happy to kind of cement that partnership and know that we have them in our corner. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, Mayor. For the grocery store, I'm in support of staff's recommendation. For the food waste recovery initiative, more on with option 2, and then with option A, city staff. This is just one part of the waste ordinance that's going to need education. We're going to need bodies. I mean, that's an FY 2023 budget. We have to have some bodies in there to educate and implement. So I think having those in-house, allowing us to change in how they move and being able to, as the ordinance kind of over the years kind of expands and does more things, there's staff that can deal with that. As for kind of third options, I don't know about supporting a shared facility. I mean, I think we already have partners like Bread and Money Food Bank, some larger ones, and using kind of the ones that are out there. One thing that I think in terms of we might be able to provide out there is creating a standard software system maybe or something like that to be able to connect. That's what some other communities have done of when people have food and then who can take the food. That us creating some standardization there may be helpful, and I think that's when we're out there talking to people, like seeing if that would be useful. And then it doesn't, if we create that standard, it doesn't have to be solved every single time by every single business. There's already this is what you do, this is easy enough, this will connect you to every other food provider in the city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All I'm going to say about the sort of shared resource element is this is not the city space, right? We're not food people. We want to create good food policy, but it's not in our sort of core mission. So I think partnering with somebody, probably most likely Bread of the Mighty, and I know that they are looking to conduct a capital campaign and relocate and build a new facility. So on that front end, if we can really identify what the need is, sort of 25 years into the future, and then perhaps play a role in assisting them with that. So maybe we dedicate a little bit of funds to overbuild their refrigeration facilities a little bit, so other community elements can use that and sort of have enough space. So they're managing it. It's a single point of access, but it's we're just sort of providing the startup cost for that expansion beyond what just Bread does. It just seems to me like that would offer the greatest chance of success. But yeah, anybody want to get a motion on the floor? Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, I didn't want to get a motion.
Go
I
ahead,
just
yeah.
wanted to offer two things and ask Carissa a question. First of all, thank you for your work, Carissa. This sounds very, very exciting. I wanted to ask specifically about the drip irrigation in the community gardens. Drip irrigation, thank you. Yeah. So I wanted to ask though, how will that progress? Where are we in the process? Do certain gardens have it already? How will they be rolled out? I know I can think of several community gardens that are throughout District 1 that are always exciting, and of course I always want to make sure that we know how often they will be watered and taken care of. So when will this drip irrigation be available to all of the gardens? How will that process roll out?
Sure, good question. So right now, what we were able to do is actually get drip irrigation approved. So previously, we had not, the way that community gardens are set up is the city Parks and Rec actually provides water and spigots in each garden. Depending on the size, we have 6 spigots, and they're just available for hand watering by the garden members. So they can be watered at all times. What makes it easier and more sustainable is to have drip irrigation, because then individuals don't have to go out and do it all of the time. The way that the policy was written is that it is now an allowed use. They can now use drip irrigation, but there isn't any, it does cost some money. So we do not have any funds allocated to providing the drip irrigation within the gardens, and that is beyond the scope of what Parks and Rec is currently able to provide. UF-IFAS has expertise in installing these systems, and it could be asked of them if they could provide that type of assistance to a garden in a workshop type facility, like setting. I don't know, I can't promise, but the ask could be made. But at this point, we don't have dollars to spend on drip irrigation. That would be something that a community garden would have to go out and seek fundraising for, or donations. But certainly if the commission wishes to change that, then that could be something that we look at.
Got you. I appreciate that. I was going to ask you, it sounded to me, my ears may have heard, or maybe it was just wishful thinking, that was something that we were getting ready to move on. But my question, of course, then was what was going to be the fiscal impact on that. So I hear that we don't have the money, which I didn't think we did, but we don't have the money to do that. But IFAS does have the capability of installing if some sort of partnership or agreement will be made with each individual community garden. Is Is that how that will work?
I believe so. I mean, I would have to talk to Parks and Rec, who manages the gardens, and make sure that I'm not speaking on behalf of them. And IFAS typically is an education forward agency. They don't really do the hands-on work, but they do host workshops, and hands-on workshops at that. So theoretically, we could ask for a partnership where they could come into a garden and just show gardeners how to install drip irrigation for their own knowledge and for the benefit of the garden.
Thank you.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
And then just, Mr. Mayor, the next statement that I wanted to make was that I would definitely support staff's recommendation with regards to the grocery store.
Great, okay. Who's your second?
Yeah, I did have one question. So I'm happy to know that mobile groceries are allowed with our food truck change. I know of one that is working its way around town, Little Pharma, which I think is hilarious instead of Big Pharma. See, it's funny. My one ask is, are we doing much to educate local farmers of that this is an option? Is there, so like us knowing, oh, it's allowed by code through our interpretation, it's fine, does not necessarily get it out there. So whatever education campaign we do kind of come up with, I would love to have some kind of outreach of education to local farmers. Like, you can actually do this. This is allowed. Please do it. And I don't know how Little Pharma got the knowledge or the idea. Like, I think it's fine, but they've set up and are doing wonderfully. I'd like to see more of those, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put a motion on the floor. Move that we do staff's recommendation on the grocery store on the food waste recovery initiative. We look at a 2A option, but it's not be just siloed here. There's a lot of other, the whole other solid waste thing. I don't think it could be broken up. I think it's kind of looked at as a package in terms of education for it. And then also that we look for how we can create some standardization for businesses and when they have their food and being able to connect it to the food food distributors, and trying to figure out, working with them, what could be some standardized ways so there's not a mess.
Second.
Okay, motion and second to move these elements forward, and we'll invite members of the public that wish to speak to this item up at this time. Anybody in chambers wish to speak to this item? Thank you, Ms. Raskin. We're going to need you.
I'm sorry. Hi, Nancy Darren, thanks very much. This is such an important topic. Really thank Carissa and the committees for all the work. The only comment I want to make is that food does need to be on our radar screen, and with the wasted food side, that our current industrial system is all about exports, long, complex chains. We saw what happened at the beginning of COVID. And so these initiatives, and especially our composting, is so important to think about, because it takes 10 calories of fossil fuels to make 1 calorie of industrial food. And fertilizer is made from natural gas, and there are fertilizer shortages. There are very big concerns, including in this country, of food shortages this coming year and beyond because of lack of fertilizer in the industrial system. So compost, local food systems, of which you're also supportive, is going to be really important for security and viability for all of us, not only for those most stressed. So just keeping that tucked in your back pocket as you consider this, that going beyond the food banks and that kind of food access is supporting storage and refrigeration, are ways that we can keep our system strong and flowing, is going to be really important. The farmers don't have time to run food all over. Can we look in that direction? Or, yeah, but the compost, I think, is a really, really important thing, because that keeps methane out of landfills. It feeds us without artificial fertilizer and expense from that, and it keeps us much healthier. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers to speak to this item? Okay, Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's nobody online for DD3 at this time.
Very good. All right, so back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Raskin. Appreciate the update and hope you got some valuable information. All right, up next, we're going to take the fair chance hiring item. So who's going to lead this off? Oh, Mr. Neat, okay.
Sure. What you have before you in the backup is a draft of the proposed fair chance hiring ordinance. It is, well, back in, I think it was last May, before the commission sitting as the GPC, there was a presentation regarding fair chance hiring by a local advocacy group and a discussion amongst the commission, which resulted in some discussion of a deeper analysis and outreach to be done regarding the issue. And what the issue basically is, in a nutshell, is the regulation to prevent the arbitrary exclusion of applicants with criminal histories from employment opportunities. And there was a discussion of having a deeper analysis done by staff with some outreach, and then ultimately the direction, however, though, was plainly to draft an ordinance. That's not the way we normally go about it, I think, but it is the way we're going about this. So our office has engaged in some review of federal and state regulations and protections that are already in place, the other municipal ordinances throughout the country, and you'll find that the draft we provided is going to look very familiar if you've ever looked at Austin's ordinance, Austin, Texas's. And then been a great deal of input from those local advocates. I think we're still in process of some staff doing that sort of outreach and deeper analysis that we're talking about, but this is just an early draft of the proposed ordinance. The ordinance that you'll see here, like I said, it's modeled mainly on Austin's, tailored to comply with Florida law and the framework of our ordinances and our code of ordinances. Just to hit some of the high points, one of the real sticking points, I think, in the ongoing discussions with local advocates was how we fit this. We were really stuck in sort of a discrimination paradigm. And it struck us at some point, and I think it partly was looking at Austin's and some of the others, is that it doesn't really fit in discrimination. We're not talking about protected classes here. What we're talking about is a business regulation. And then at that point, it falls into place a lot more, is what it is. It's just preventing local businesses from being arbitrary on the issue of their applicants and whether their applicants have a history that really isn't relevant to the position being hired for. And once that decision was made, a lot of the requirements fell into place. And the protections are listed in the proposed ordinance, largely under subsection we entitled it, we would put it in chapter 14.5, 14.5-181, which would require that no sort of background check to be done prior to a conditional offer being made for relevant positions or positions that it applied to. And then if the history was to be considered and to be a part of an adverse reaction, some remedies available to the applicant. And ultimately, as to enforcement of it, we followed the same sort of civil structure that we saw in other ordinances, other municipalities throughout the country, where there would be a fine associated with it. And in Florida, the structure we have to assess such a fine is the civil citation process. And while normally our civil citations are written by code enforcement officers, this is a unique type of investigation where it takes us back to, it's not the typical type of investigation that our code officers would do. It does more closely align to what our OEI investigators would do. And but under the Florida statutes, it is certainly possible, and we've contemplated here in this draft, that the investigators of OEI could receive training and be authorized to act as code officers for the enforcement of this provision. And then as to the amount of what the initial fine would be and so forth, that would be up for discussion for the city commission. It would require a minor adjustment to section, I think it's 2337, which in our code, which lists the ordinances that can be enforced through civil citation and specifies what the fine would be. So it is, like I said, it's a little odd, I think, that we draft the ordinance before having all the direction and the outreach and the questions answered, but it is a nice starting point, I think, for further discussion by the commission and input from the community.
Yeah, I agree. I think we need someplace to just start, something in front of us to look at. I don't think by the end of our discussion this afternoon, it will be the same place, but that's a good thing. And if you all will kind of observe the recommendation, I mean, there's two things that I'd like to accomplish this afternoon. One is get a little bit more granular detail about what we do and don't want included in this ordinance. And then really the core of the staff recommendation is taking this out and going through a thorough public engagement process, primarily with the affected parties, which would be the businesses. But we can't really go to them and sort of walk them through what the changes would be until we give more specific direction of what those changes are. And then, you know, if they come back from that process with insurmountable barriers or things that we hadn't considered, then we can also make sure that those are included before a final ordinance comes before the commission for approval. So as we get to that, I did want to invite representatives from Community Spring to introduce themselves, and also, you know, I think there are a list of recommendations that they have that they would like to see included. So maybe just kind of running down that list and getting them out there so the commission can consider those in our deliberations as well. So I don't know who wants to, I see all my favorites, but you can be Max? All right, one down. And why don't you introduce your colleagues as well, Max?
Just as he's coming up, Mr. Mayor, I do have with us Brian Franklin, who spent a great deal of time working on this to help answer questions. And we also included in the backup an EEOC guidance document that I think really does a great job of succinctly summing up some federal protections that are in place in this area and gives a nice little starting point for considerations of what's already in place.
Excellent, thank you. And Ms. Franklin, thank you for all your work you've done. Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Tipping.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this today. My name is Max Tipping. I'm the Policy Director at Community Spring. Just to provide some kind of brief background on why I'm speaking on this today. And also I'll just introduce my colleague, Tequila McKnight, who's been working on this also since the beginning, and would also, I think, want to speak on this at some point in the process today.
And also, just so folks can put all the dots together, Ms. McKnight is one of your co-workers that's working on the Just Income GNV project. And
correct. Although today she is here as a representative of Torchlighters Reentry Support, but she is still my colleague at Community Spring, but just a lot of mixed.
Just to kind of, all of you have been working in this space for a couple years now, so it all comes together.
Yeah, so that just some brief background too for kind of everyone else. So the previous class in Community Spring Fellows built Torchlighters Reentry Support, which was aimed at helping folks coming home from incarceration. Their work was informed by their own direct experience with reentry, and they identified the widespread and overbroad hiring restrictions in the community as one of the most significant structural barriers faced by people with records. There are many, many benefits to increasing employment opportunities for people with records on an individual level, on a business level, on a community level. I won't go through all those now. That's part of how we raised this back in May of last year. In terms of the process that's happened since then, so we've been working with staff from the Office of Equity and Inclusion and the City Attorney's Office since about October of last year. We had a multi-hour meeting on this. We've gone back and forth via email on kind of pros and cons, discussing these things. We conducted background research. We had a draft ordinance that we're working on together just to try to pull all these ideas together. The ordinance that's being presented today does not reflect that work. Instead, the draft here is largely a restatement of Austin's ordinance, as was mentioned before. This is concerning because Austin's ordinance by itself does not actually reflect the goals that we set forth, and that I believe is at risk of creating a law that just sits on the books without any meaningful ability to be enforced. For context, in Austin, after their ordinance was passed, they had just 5 fair chance hiring cases in the first 2 years, which obviously is not reflective given that most business practices have not changed. In order to make this ordinance something that is meaningful and reflects the work that we've been doing over the last 4 months with city staff, there are 10 key areas that we would recommend changes on. I can go through in a lot of detail on those 10 things, and maybe I'll do that in just a second, but also just to touch on in terms of what comes next. I think while this is not the draft we want, I think we are very much in support of the idea of moving this process forward, doing that community engagement, that analysis, whatever. This is not something, I think, we want to hear from businesses that have thoughts on this. Before this came in front of the commission in May of last year, we reached out to the Chamber of Commerce to invite them to speak on this. Back in February of 2021, we did a joint webinar with the staff of the Chamber of Commerce on the benefits of fair chance hiring. This is something that we've kind of had out there, and so we would definitely value those things. I think given that this has already been a 9-month process to date, what we are concerned with is just anything that takes it from a 9-month process to an 18-month process to a 27-month, and just kind of keeps going indefinitely. So with that, if it's helpful, I could try to run through
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good list. And I don't know that you need to do the super deep dive,
Sure.
but just kind of get context, and
high level.
the commission, I think, can get an idea of, yes, we want to support that in the coming draft ordinance, or no, or something in between.
And so I apologize that obviously drafting is complicated. It is still more complicated when I try to explain this out of context, but I'll do my best. So 10 key things. One would be changing the employer definition to match Gainesville's definition of employer in its discrimination law, both in terms of who counts as an employer, of like, is it for people who have, well, I won't go into those details. One thing to consider that we've talked about that is not really decided yet is size of employers that should be considered. Gainesville's current employment discrimination law sets it at 5, like anybody who has 5 employees is covered. Federal discrimination law sets it at 15. Obviously, there's plenty of room for discussion there. Point 2, changing the individualized assessment definition to include the age at the time of offense and information showing rehabilitation and good conduct. Number 3, not considering arrests or criminal accusations in the background check. So this would be essentially the idea that if you've been, if you were arrested for disorderly conduct 10 years ago, but never actually, charged, convicted, whatever, that's not something that should be relevant. People get arrested for things they didn't do all the time, and that does not actually establish that you did the thing that you were accused of. Number 4, have employers provide applicants a copy of the records used in any sort of decisions, adverse action decisions, and also providing an opportunity for the applicant to give the employer additional information prior to an adverse action. The idea there would be not just saying, hey, I got the background check, I'm not going to hire you, but saying, hey, I got the background check, this is what came up, can you provide any sort of additional context on what this means? Adding a reference to this ordinance and any sort of adverse action notice, that is number 5. Number 6, removing a requirement in Austin's law to seek voluntary compliance before ever assessing a penalty. Number 7, changing may to shall in terms of assessing penalties if a violation is actually found, having it not be discretionary, but if a violation is there, having a penalty actually assessed. Number 8, clarifying, as was mentioned before, whether this ordinance lives in the code under discrimination, Chapter 8, or miscellaneous business regulations in 14.5. That is a change that we had not discussed prior to this week with any city staff, so I'm still kind of scrambling to come up with what that entails. I'm happy to, I have thoughts on it, but I don't know if I want to go too deep into that now. Number 9, changing the penalty structure so that either the penalty is split with the complainant or actually just goes to the complainant, which is what other places have done and something that we've recommended at the beginning of this. Include increased fines for successive violations, so if there's continued violations by the same entity, increasing them. Clarifying that employers are only liable for one offense per application, so that if somebody has the box on their application, they can't be held liable, 500 times because 500 people saw that violation. It's only one single violation. That's not made clear in this ordinance. Also allowing for a warning if it's just somebody's first violation. And then finally, number 10, adding data collection and reporting requirements, which is something we had in our draft, but is not in the current draft. And obviously, I can go into much deeper detail on all of those points, but that's my quickest version I can do.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Max. I appreciate that. So we'll go back to the commission, see if there's any questions for you or any opinions on any or all of these. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Max, everyone who helped and staff. I know it's a heavy lift, but a necessary one. And I do have your 10 recommendations and kind of the memos. I have the ordinance draft that staff put together, and I'll agree with the mayor. I think we needed some, we have the whole 100% of what could have been, and instead of going to the chamber, what do you generally think of this topic? We needed to say, we're thinking of this small split of a direction. What do you think of this version or close enough to it? And I think that gives folks a little more, I guess, reassurance that it's not just anything and everything you can imagine. It's here's mostly the direction we're going. What do you think? And I really want to see that after today, once we decide that general direction. I do agree with some of the points that Mr. Tipping brought up. I definitely want to include the second, which is that individual assessment, including the age at the offense. I read an article a couple of weeks ago. The CEO of Nike murdered someone when he was 16. But he had to keep that kind of hidden to himself every time he ever had an application because he definitely wouldn't be where he is today. But he was 16 and a kid. How do you hold that to someone when they're in their 60s? So I think it's very important to see how old, and facts make a case. So it's very different. If you committed something when you're 16 versus I did this last year. It's different. And really, I think if you can show rehabilitation and good conduct, it's been 40, 50 years. That should show. I'm trying to be a good person. I'm trying to just work a job. Let me. And I think that is one that I will definitely fight for. It has to change to include that second one about the assessment, including those. I think under the definition of criminal history, it does include arrests, but I understand if you want to stress it even further, that you can't inquire if you've been arrested. Because you're right, somebody gets pulled up and we're not going to prosecute or anything, or, much more likely in this country, you look like the wrong person who happens to be the one people are looking for and you get arrested. I mean, yeah, I've been arrested, but they were looking for someone who also happens to be my color. That's sadly pretty likely in this world. So I think highlighting that even arrests cannot be asked about is very important.
And just to put a finer point on that, it's what we're aiming for is any sort of questions about criminal history being pushed towards after a conditional offer, and arrest just being totally off the table even at that point. And I can understand, that's obviously something requires discussion, so I'm happy to have that discussion. But that, just to make sure everybody's clear on it, that we believe that arrest should just be off the table for consideration when the background check is actually run.
I'll agree with that. I mean, if it didn't lead to anything, it didn't lead to anything.
I think I would also point to acquittals. I know people who have been charged with murder and then acquitted at trial. That's a big thing to have on your record that could stay with you. But a jury of your peers found you not guilty of something, therefore you should not affect your job, especially going.
No one looks to the end of the docket. They just see the charge.
That is, I think.
I know that one in eviction where I won. It was not my fault. Yeah, but there's a charge. So I understand what you're talking about there, and I agree. I think I would like to see it in Chapter 8 as a preference, just to keep it neater for folks to understand, especially if you're looking for help. But I don't know, that might fall to the city attorney's office to figure out where it should be housed most logically. But I think for sake of convenience and ease of use, it should be in Chapter 8. Let's see. I agree with splitting the penalties by complaint. So if I happen to have one application, but 20 people get asked, that's 20 people who were asked. It wasn't just the one-off, oops, I forgot about it. It's this is my practice, and this is how I do it. Let's see. I agree with increased fines. If we tell you stop doing the thing and you keep doing the thing, we increase the fines. I think we do that in code of what part of stop doing the thing was not understood. The one I am kind of not sure of just yet is the number of employees. That's one I definitely want the Chamber of Commerce to weigh in on. Because I think our definition is 15 for so many calendar days of the month, and it's a mouthful. I don't think the average person would be able to sit there and be like, do I even qualify for that? So I think in terms of drafting, I want something cleaner than that the average bear can understand, not just the attorneys in the room. I'd like to see from the Chamber of Commerce, from our business owners, what is your norm? Like, are all of you secretly hiding 30 employees, or are you mostly like, hey, I might have 5, 6 dedicated employees, no one's going to meet this threshold? Or no, yeah, we all meet this threshold. Where are we? So I want feedback from the Chamber and our local businesses on that one before I decide any one way.
I could also, I have some of the data from the Census Bureau that we pulled during the last couple months as we were discussing this. It's a little messy to try to explain just without a presentation or anything, but I can do my best if that is relevant to any discussion.
We can talk.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are my points for now. I'm not in disagreement with any of the points Max brought up, and I mentioned the ones that I'm definitely in favor of. But I think when we talk to the Chamber, the current draft as it is in the backup and these changes, just to have conversation. Like, these are options that we have considered. Do you have any other options you'd like to suggest? And I think that gives a robust conversation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Chester.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that I support all 10 of the recommendations from Max and the group to include in our ordinance. I think the Chamber has some familiarity with a version of this. Gainesville, I think under you, was one of the first communities to pass ban the box. And to me, this is very similar. It just takes it a bit further. And what I don't want to happen, though, is for us to take 9 months to study this. This is something that I think we need to move forward with. It's very forward-thinking. It's going to help a lot of people. So if there's a way for the Chamber to be involved, and let's see if we can get something back in 3 months, but not 6 months, so that we can move forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It was actually the previous mayor that initiated the ban the box for city employees for our applications. But yeah, this is that next logical step to take it community-wide. I think we can move quickly, Commissioner. Once the commission gives direction today, we can get a draft ordinance out there and be able to take that to anybody that's interested, get that feedback, and then come back to us for more action. Dan, I see you want to get in, but just 1 second. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's a good showcase of why we need a subcommittee system. I don't bring that in, but like having staff and the community work together and not having the commission involved at all, I think creates these issues. And if you have a subcommittee system, it can all happen at once together. People are having their voices heard, the community is getting their thoughts forward, and that committee can really dive into it, talk to the Chamber, bring them in. It's hard for us at the GPC meeting to do that, but I can really dive in and create these ordinances. So just another thing that I think we need to move back to a subcommittee, a full subcommittee system. I guess to staff, do you have any thoughts or concerns on the changes that are brought forward, or?
Mr. Mayor, oddly, surprisingly no, and I have the sense that it appears that I think an email went to y'all listing these things out from the lobbyists for it. And I think what you'll find is that I'm not sure there really are issues. That's why I wanted to interject before everyone kept saying, well, I agree with this, I agree with this, I agree with this. Notably, the first one here is just changed basically the size of the employer. I think that's entirely up to how broad the commission wants it. That's a simple number change. I think we picked 15 to be consistent with the federal law, but that doesn't mean it has to be 15. As to changing the individualized assessment definition to include age of offense info showing rehabilitation and good conduct, and number 2 there, and also number 3, do not consider arrests and criminal accusations in the background check. And I pulled it up real quick, and in the proposal that we did, and whether, I mean, it certainly can be changed, what we provided for individualized assessment means an evaluation of the criminal history of an individual that includes, at a minimum, the following factors. 1, the nature and gravity of any offenses in the individual's criminal history. Nature and gravity would be an arrest as opposed to a conviction, as opposed to a withheld adjudication, or even an acquittal, I suppose. And bearing in mind that in most cases, I'd agree, a person that's acquitted is, shouldn't, you know, the charge shouldn't be held against them. But I think most of us in the room are also familiar with situations, especially in the hiring context, where you might have a person who has a number of, say, domestic battery allegations against them, and the victims don't want to go forward, and you see a real pattern there. That does cause a pause for further investigation, I think, for a potential employer or anyone who's going to get in a relationship with that person. Not that it means that they've done anything wrong, but sometimes, generally not, but sometimes where there's smoke, there is fire. But number 2, the length of time since the offense and the completion of the sentence. So that's exactly what you're talking about there in number 2, the age of the, well, I guess that means the age of the time, age of the person at the time of the offense.
Mhm.
But again, I think that feeds into the length of time since the offense and the completion of the sentence. And then, obviously, the nature and duties of the job for which the individual has applied. I think we tried to encompass those sort of factors, and I suppose we can always do a better job. As to 4, having the employers provide applicants a copy of records used in the decision and provide an opportunity to give employer additional information. I think under 14.5, the proposed 14.5 181F, it does require an employer who takes adverse action against an individual based on the individual's criminal history must inform the individual in writing that the adverse action was based upon that individual's criminal history. So even if it's just sort of an online search without an actual, because I think you're going to find in most cases they're not maybe getting a full report done. And if they are, then I think the federal protections kick in more directly. But at least what we propose here is those reasons should be provided in writing to them. As to the removal of the requirement to seek voluntary compliance instead of assessing a penalty, I don't know where that's coming from. It seems like voluntary compliance would always be the best result. If we could have an employer learn that they shouldn't be making arbitrary decisions and they should be welcoming employees regardless of without regard to meaningless histories. And also a warning is a part of the civil citation process built into Florida statutes. And that would apply also to the penalty structure where it would escalate. That's also part of the civil citation process where a second offense garners a higher penalty. And as to the amount of the penalty, just as with the amount of the number of employees involved, that's something that would be set by this commission and within parameters of the statute with civil citations. But it does generally require a stepped-up penalty for additional violations. We have not addressed the notion of a penalty going to the aggrieved applicant. I'm not aware, and we could look into that further, of any way to accomplish that. I do think that changes an ordinance or regulation like this much more from a shield to a sword. And that would be an interesting one to hear feedback from interested parties, as to what impact that would have. That's a very different sort of approach. And again, I'm not familiar with any other instance where we do something like that. Sort of making applicants a private attorney general type thing, but with an incentive to seeking out employers that were engaged in that hiring practice. So that is something we haven't really considered. And as to data collection and reporting requirements, I don't know if that means put upon the employer, prospective employers, or internally. If it's internally within our investigators, then certainly that wouldn't be part of the ordinance. That's just a direction given to the department. But again, I think these 10 items, 10 items sounds like a lot, but I'm not sure. And he'll correct me if I'm wrong, if it's really that far apart.
Okay, well, we'll get a little bit more direction here and see. Commissioner DeSantis?
Yeah, thank you. For the size of employer, I think 5 is too small. A company that has 5 really probably doesn't have like an HR really. I mean, there's somewhat, but not really there. When you get to 15, you really do have someone probably who's more dedicated to HR and can be able to implement these policies and keep up with these policies. I think that's the same kind of thing on a warning first or just directly getting a fine, the very first thing. I think there should be a warning and trying to get compliance. Gainesville hasn't really done this kind of heavier regulation on businesses, and there's a lot of different businesses, and a lot of them, we're going to try our hardest to educate. I promise you a ton of them are not going to know that they have to do this. And it's going to be a learning process over years of them getting there. But I think a warning, don't do it again. They learn and they fix it. I guess one question there are certain jobs like federal top secret, or if you're working in childcare, like there's some federal and state statutes that do not allow you with certain convictions to have that job, and to go through the whole hiring process and then can't hire that person, but you're never built time. So I guess some of those jobs would be better just to, hey, just so you know, you guys cannot apply to this job, and having that up front for those statute-driven jobs. I don't know if that's in the ordinance or
They're excluded.
they are exempt. Okay. All right. And then on the shared funds of if somebody brings a complaint, they get it back. I'm not sure I'm there either on giving those funds back to the person who sent the complaint. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
But everything else I'm good on. Sorry.
And I will agree, I think we will have a learning curve one way or the other. We certainly did with housing. So I'm not against like warnings first, but if I have to give you more than 2 warnings over a certain amount of time, like we have a problem. But as for kind of restitution to victims of discrimination, we do something similar in housing discrimination. They are entitled, I think if like it's found like, yeah, you did do this, I think they get 3 months rent is what they're entitled to. So I'm not saying like 3 months of salary, but if I apply for this job, you suddenly decide I'm not because I was arrested when I was 18 and I thought I was going to get this job and it was a good job and now I can't and now I have to go search again. I'm how long out without a job because I'm pursuing this process. So I think there is room to explore, and I'd like to at least see the option. I'm not there yet necessarily, but it's not a crazy out of left field thing. We do it for housing because there is some impact to me now being, oh, you were going to move in here? Nah, you're not. Go find somewhere else. Same with the job. Oh, I think I'm going to be employed and pay my bills. No, never mind. I guess I'm not. So I'd like to see, I'll leave it up to collaborative creativity to see where that could go, but it's not unheard of. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thanks. So I'm in agreement with the additional recommendations for the most part. I mean, I think there's some decision points there. I think we just start at 15 employees and take it out there, and then we have some time between now and then to talk about the sort of advantages and disadvantages of those two, and if we want to lower it to 5 at the time we drop the ordinance, we can do that. This is probably the least most important thing we discussed, but to me, this seems more appropriately housed in 14.5 versus 8, because just it's a clear, straight-up business regulation, and that's what, we're doing. But I don't think it really matters. I mean, I think we can, enforce it and execute it reasonably. It doesn't matter where it's housed. I absolutely believe that there needs to be a warning. I think we will find most of our employers ready, willing, and able to comply, but they need to know first. And as good as we might try to do, you're right. There's absolutely going to be folks that just aren't aware. They've got their mind on a million things, right? And so helping them with hey, messed up. but it's easy to correct. Here's how you do it, and then hopefully we don't visit you again. Yeah, I think it's just let's get this drafted with these additional recommendations embedded. We'll allow a couple months to shop it around and get some feedback, and then we'll come back and get an ordinance in front of us so we can vote. Anybody want to put a motion on the floor? Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move staff's recommendation with, to include the 10 items from...
Mr. Tipping?
Thank you.
Community Spring?
Oh,
Torch
okay.
lighters?
From the group.
There you go.
To include those recommendations, work with the community group to bring this before the chamber, and return to the commission within 3 months with an ordinance.
Second?
Okay, motion second. Go ahead, Ms. Dean.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to be absolutely certain. I was under the feeling that some of these suggestions are already incorporated. If there's a disagreement there, let me know expressly so I know what to change. And are we talking about changing it to 5 or staying with 15? Again, I think the individualized assessment already deals with these issues he's mentioned. Do we want to get rid of the warning? In discussion,
I think the warning is keep staying. Did you say 15?
And 15 is
Yeah.
where we want to be. Let's start there.
Yeah.
and is there, we patterned the language in the individualized assessment, I think, after the federal, I think it was the EEOC guidance. We wanted to be consistent such as, so we feel comfortable with it. And I think it contemplates these concerns, but if you don't think it does,
Well, I think if we can add the more explicit language,
Correct.
as long as it's not contradictory, if it's additional, then let's just do that.
And just
Right.
work with the organization. I think you all can work together to get those 10 items.
and we don't normally do the sort of community, in our office, the community outreach involved with this. I guess we would ask that.
Yes.
I think Zariah Folston is
Well,
probably.
I think the city manager, through we have community engagement
No one
people,
likes to see
including
lawyers
Ms. Carter, but that'll be up to the city manager to
I'll
help.
be happy to work with Mr. Folsom's office with Yvette Carter, and we'll take care of it.
Great, great, okay.
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes.
believe I saw Attorney Tipping kind of motioning his head. I think he may have wanted to add, did you have a question about?
I think I just wanted to, as like a basic threshold, clarify that the 10 things that we kind of outlined are not in the draft before. Like, all of those things those are changes that would have to be made. They're not reflected in the current draft. They are reflected in a draft we worked on collaboratively with city attorney staff
And so,
November, December. And so all those things they exist elsewhere.
Okay, and I think it's a matter of how it's being read and whether it's assumed or explicitly stated. So I think we just err on the side of explicitly stated, and that gets us to the point we want to go. Commissioner, and then...
I don't mind if we're a little redundant, I don't like people assuming, and I don't like things up to interpretation. That's when you need a judge to decide the interpretation, and I don't like that.
Yeah, okay, Commissioner.
Yeah, just want to clarify the motion. So we're staying with the 15, is that correct? Part of it? And it's going to reside kind of currently in 14.5 instead of 8, the chapter, or I guess up to the...
I don't know if anybody has a strong opinion
I
there.
don't have a strong opinion. You don't
Okay.
know that.
I think the recommendation from the attorney was that 14.5 is business regulation. This is business regulation. So it seems like it's a...
And 8 really
And the
deals with
warning is
protected
part
class.
of
8 protected classes, right, which this is not.
So
Yeah.
this is staying 14.5 then, part of the motion. And then this try voluntarily first, or not voluntarily, try to warnings and stuff like that.
Warning,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then for the 9th on that was
Oh, splitting out.
there's plenty, could we kind of come back with different options on that? Is that, I don't know, kind of what that would look like, or, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an important point with the outreach part.
My screen keeps click. Let me see if I can find it again.
So they're part of the motion as well.
But
Bring back options
but
instead of-
include that, yeah, include that.
Yeah, we'll just,
I can't
let's
get to it.
include it and get feedback on it and then see.
Number 10, was that data collection by the city or by, who was that by?
In fact, some attorney, that's internal, right? Like, we're going to collect data on who we're citing, how many times.
And even, I'm not even sure if I could find the language that we had elsewhere, but it was really just contemplating tracking the number of complaints that come to, say, the Office of Equity, the nature of them, how they're being handled, are they being resolved, and
Yeah.
just actually
So we're
tracking.
gonna do that anyway. I mean, if it's part of our policies, that's what OEI is gonna do anyway, so.
And then, Mr. Mayor, I think Max said that Austin had 5 complaints in 15 months, so this data collection will certainly help us in determining how effective our ordinance is.
Yeah, but OEI tracks everything that they do,
Yeah.
so that will be embedded in our just standard operating procedures. Okay, Dan, good.
So these, number 3, you want the ordinance to specifically preclude the ability of an employer to consider past arrests that didn't result in convictions, may result in pretrial intervention, may result in deferred prosecution, may result in witnesses not being willing to testify or able to testify. An employer is not allowed to consider past arrests. Not just is told to waive them appropriately, but not allowed to consider them.
At time of application, not at time of hiring. Like if those are relevant, right? I mean, if they.
So
We wouldn't be doing that anyway.
So the position that we've, and you'll have to forgive me, but like Mr. Franklin and I, during our meeting, we talked about pros and cons of this back in November, so excuse me if I'm struggling. So pros and cons of this. Like, not every place does this, but some places that have fair chance hiring ordinances, you could look at DC, for instance, just completely take out arrests that did not result in a conviction, a plea of nolo contendere, or deferred adjudication. And I know these are like getting into the details, but this, like, details matter, and so but the point is, anything that's not currently pending or didn't result in some sort of guilty plea of some kind, we believe should be taken off the table. We had conversations about whether domestic violence should be an exception to that. We're open to those conversations. We were open to those conversations then. There's pros and cons there too, right? And so I'm happy to have that discussion now. I'm not sure if that is really the level of detail that we want to seek right now.
Yeah, I need in the conversations that happen between today when it comes back for DV and child abuse to be seriously considered.
And those are reasons, like, I think this is definitely a place that needs
Because
discussion.
there's a lot
It
of
needs lots
recanting of
discussion.
testimony in those areas. More so than other areas, there's a lot of witness intimidation that results in.
If I could just put the other side to that, because that's 100% right. No question there. I think that the other risk there, though, right, is I think it is not uncommon to hear about domestic violence perpetrators calling police on victims and alleging domestic violence. It didn't happen. That record of arrest is going to sit on that victim, even if it gets thrown out next week, right? Like, these types of things happen, right? And that's because arrests don't actually prove the thing that happened. Like, you see what I'm saying? This is definitely like a decision for you all to weigh. I'm not saying that but this is, just for clarity's sake, what we would argue is that arrests, maybe there's some exceptions, but should not be considered at any point in the hiring process because they're not reflected.
And none of the criminal history is considered, criminal history is disallowed to be considered prior to a conditional offer being made, even convictions. So the question is, can, after a conditional offer is being made, if a potential employer sees a list of charges, and certainly domestic violence, child abuse, those are difficult prosecutions often, but so are other fraud-related type allegations are often difficult charges to prove. This suggestion here would preclude an employer from considering those arrests that did not result in a conviction.
Okay.
Without regard to whether it was deferred prosecution or any other pretrial intervention or just witness issues.
Well, Commissioner Chestnut, you made the motion. I'm going to let you, I think obviously we need more discussion around this point, and folks in the community are going to want more discussion around this point. So why don't you give direction on which you want it to be?
Okay.
And it doesn't mean we can't change it later on.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Mayor, I see this as a negotiation. We're going to go and sit with the chamber and with Max and with our attorney, but we're not coming in with a hammer. We're coming in to work with them because, as Commissioner Hayes Santos said, most of our businesses are small businesses who want to do right and fair by their employees. So I think we're coming to the table to work with the employers, with the chamber, and to make sure that, that our neighbors are able to be hired. So I think with that in mind, I feel comfortable if both of you are going to the table ready to work together, to negotiate, and to see what's going to be fair.
Well, yes, I hear you. I think Max has made clear where they are. I think our attorney doesn't have necessarily an opinion, except that he needs direction from us on what to put in the ordinance.
Well,
So that's why I leave it to you.
Excuse me, I want to start with the 10 things that are here that you can work with, and you're saying that some of them are already in the ordinance, but we are working from the 10 items as presented with.
And that's my point, Mr. Mayor, is respectfully is, normally we wouldn't draft an ordinance before all these things are being answered. That's where we're in a difficult situation. And I wouldn't anticipate going with we don't negotiate. We write what you tell us to as long as it's legal and ethical. So I'm not an advocate for doing this or not doing this. I'm not allowed to be. And my personal feelings are completely irrelevant.
Right, which is I'm trying to get to this last
And
point.
I'm just concerned
Let's get to this last point so we can give you the direction.
15 employees.
No, we have that.
Yes.
The last point is, do you want to stick with Community Springs' recommendation, which is that we will not consider arrests, no-los, or any other thing unless it's a conviction?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go, Dan. And so that's what the motion is.
Is that clear?
And then if it comes back and we want to change that later on, then we have the
Okay,
opportunity
thank
to
you.
do so. Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you. I forgot to mention this earlier. On the age one, knowing the age of when the incident, I have some worry of when we start asking ages of people and the discrimination that comes with that. And I don't know, that's just I've done a lot of hiring in my life, and I always just never talk about do they meet 18 years old or whatever the minimum is, and then just not talk about age, because it starts to bring up chances of discrimination on that side. So I have that one worry of, I think how much time has passed since that happened, I think is okay, but I don't know, I just have some worry about when I'm not sure, I don't know, just bringing up age starts to, I feel like, a dangerous place for employers.
Okay, again, it's in there now. If we come up with some good reasons to change that or take it out, by the time it gets back to us, we can discuss that.
Okay.
All right.
Second.
Yeah, there's a second. Thank you. Okay, members following that wish to speak to this item? Got a motion on the floor to move forward with the recommendations that were put before us, include them in the draft ordinance? There were, and those were taken down.
Would it make sense for me to just do quick comments on some of the things that have come up as public comment, or should I defer to other folks? I don't want to take up time, but
it's up to you.
Okay. If I could just, the one thing I think that hasn't, there's been a lot of conversation, but I haven't gotten a chance to really. In terms of how the penalty functions, I hear everybody's concerns on that. It's not something that we've talked, that has come up too much in the discussion so far. It wasn't one of the things that we talked about back in May. So basically what we're looking at, I would just encourage, as we're kind of going through this process, to look at it from the perspective of somebody who has been discriminated against, whatever word you want to use, has been their rights have been violated under this law. And giving them the ability to actually execute on kind of affirming those rights. So like, if you're in the position where, an employer asked you something they shouldn't have asked you, and you could either say nothing, or if you go bring this case that at some point they'll try to seek voluntary compliance, nothing will change, and the fine after you've gone through this whole process of months and months and months, there's no sort of incentive to come back to you. Just for context, the way other places do this, some places have a private right of action, which is not something we've asked for here, and similar to context to other civil rights laws where you could just sue for kind of any sort of damages. That's not what we've asked for. Other places have the full fine amount of up to, some of these places are $1,000, $2,000. The full fine amount just goes to the person who brought the complaint, again, because you're kind of trying to make that person whole. I wouldn't necessarily view this as a normal kind of code enforcement, you left your trash cans out when you shouldn't have. Like, this is something, a concrete harm that happened to a person. A fine is kind of almost in lieu of, private cause of action with kind of undisclosed or like that, not clear liability. That's why we are advocating for it to be designed this way. And I will not take up any more of your time.
All right, thanks, Max. Okay, anybody else in chambers here want to speak this time? Tequila, good to see you.
Thanks. My name is Tequila McKnight, and I want to thank the commission for this ordinance and working with us to make it happen. It is something that is important. I have spoken to a lot of people in the community, and it also affects me, so I can give to good. I thank you all for working with us.
Thank you. Thanks for what you've been doing. Anybody else here? Okay, Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 4 callers on the line. My mayor, first of which is Catherine Williams. Ms. Williams, your minutes.
Thank you. All right, I'm actually going to find myself to share my 2 minutes. So, my name is Catherine Williams. I am the Policy and Legislative Manager with Florida Rights Restoration Coalition, and I'm very happy to be talking with you all today and appreciate the opportunity. First, wanted to thank you for choosing this next step in ensuring a fair chance for everyone. I firmly believe that when we remove barriers for returning citizens, everyone benefits, and I think you all have laid out good arguments for why that is the case. I think with this ordinance, one of the things that was pointed out is there's a big distinction between ban and lock and policy. And I think we still have an opportunity and need to round out this ordinance with some key measures to make it more of that avenue to provide people with a fair chance. So we've talked quite a bit about the types of records by which we screen applicants. We agree that arrests that did not lead to conviction, non-criminal infractions should not be considered. Another one I wanted to note for consideration is records that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement or a court has determined should be sealed or expunged. If a record is made clear and a person has been given a clean slate, that should not be considered for the purposes of employment. As I want to point out that in Florida, these convictions cannot be sealed or expunged anyway, so it wouldn't really create a conflict. I also kind of applaud you all for thinking through these distinctions of what are the kind of individualized factors we should consider. I appreciate the note on age, and one of the things that the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission actually notes is instead of asking about someone's age at the time of the offense, another way to get to that is the length of time since the offense occurred. The other thing that I think is really important is to what extent the conviction is related to the job. If we are saying that someone cannot get a job in something that isn't even related to what they did, then how can they expect to have a fair chance in any field? The other thing I wanted to note, which relates to one of the acts from community spring, is that an employer cannot conduct an individualized assessment unless they have a full picture. Criminal history reports are not always accurate. They don't provide insight into the circumstances of the offense, and many returning citizens have worked hard to rehabilitate themselves. And unless we give applicants the chance to respond with that context, that these are any inaccuracies, these are mitigating circumstances, this is the work I have done to rehabilitate myself and remain crime-free. It is impossible for an employer to give them a fair chance to assess them as the individual given these weak details of their case. So I just want to note that these procedural steps are not just technicalities, they're really key. We have an opportunity in Florida for this policy to be a model for other cities looking to expand their policies. And I would just encourage you all to look to FRC, Florida Rights Restoration Coalition, as a resource moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Next speaker, Daniel Chanzas. I apologize if I have mispronounced your name, Daniel. Go ahead, please.
No, that is correct. Danielle Chanzas. Good afternoon, Commissioners. As many on the community organizer and advocate, this is an issue that's very near and dear to my heart with my advocacy. So one of the issues I work most on is criminal justice, and I work with people who are usually in their pre-trial phase fighting their cases, but doing this work for the past 4 years, I've worked with people through to the other side of their situation. And one of the biggest resources they need is a fair chance at employment. Through the work that I do, I've gotten really close with a lot of families, some so close that I can take it in, that I've recently talked about. My brother Terrell, who is somebody who I end up taking into the work that I do in business. And he was direct filed at 16 years old, charged with adult here in Alachua County. He just got out of jail in October from a violation information, and the one thing he wanted was anything he was home to work. That's all he wanted to do. He told me about it while he was in jail. He was in jail, I just want to come home and do good and get a job. He came home and he could not get a job. I took him to job fairs where he had interviews on the spot, and they said, we'll get back to you, and he was called back and said that they did his background check, they were not going to be able to hire him. And unfortunately, my brother was rearrested 3 weeks ago. I'm not saying that, if he had a job, it might have been different, but I know I don't him, I would love to play around and something productive that could have kept him busy might not have put him in the situation that he's in now. And Trump is 18, it's shit, like, I'm glad you guys are considering age, something that we should do, and just to other things, or echo other things that we said, we should look at how long it's been since somebody's committed a crime. When we go into the courtroom, we have the score sheets, and if it's been X amount of time after a crime has been committed, those things aren't even counted in your score sheet if you commit another crime. Should look at these things the same way. We should just give everybody in our community an opportunity to work. We have one of the highest recidivism rates in the whole country. I believe Florida's recidivism rate is something like 66% after 5 years. And if we're not giving people the opportunity to work and provide for themselves, that's why they end up back in these cycles of incarceration. So I really want to see people be a leader in this and have the most robust policies possible and make sure our conditions that we bring has come forward and work to make sure that we can be a model and a leader in this endeavor and make sure that we have an inclusive community for all of our community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. All right, next speaker, Natasha Bren. Natasha, you go please.
Hi, my name is Natasha Brim. I'm a former Senior Spring Fellow, local activist, currently working with people that are unhoused, and as well as advocating for people that do have criminal records and the experience due to those criminal records hindering them from employment. This is something I'm grateful and thankful that you're actually working on this, because this is something that affects me as well, and many people that I do know. And after behavior that society is trying to, get a job that pays you a fair wage, in order for you to move forward into the next step in your life, and not being able to find employment because a crime that, or something that you did, and they have already painted that society about, is hindering you from being able to get, employment. It leads to, it's not just something that happens once, it's something that affects a person in one way. It affects a person's entire livelihood. You're not able to get sufficient employment, you're not able to afford a place to live, you're not able to take care of your family. I mean, if you're expected to be an upstanding citizen, but if you're facing brick walls and not being able to, to get the type of employment you need in order to do that, what else do you do? What else are you expected to do? People are going to survive in some sort of way. So I think that this is going to help a lot of people be able to, transition from, homelessness, from different situations that could land them back in, in incarceration or work. So, I also think that this will make Gainesville a model for, for the county, for the state, for other cities in regards to, giving people a fair chance and opportunity to rebuild their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next speaker is Leah Cohen. Ms. Cohen, feel free.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Cohen, and I run a local nonprofit in Gainesville. And I am the head of that nonprofit, and so I'm responsible for all of the hiring, layoffs, and hiring and HR decisions. And last year, we became Fair Chance employers through this program that was developed at Torchlighter. And I fully support all of the points that Community Spring is urging you all to consider putting into the ordinance. I want to applaud the city for working with impacted people advocacy groups in the early stages of this. That is essential for implementing policy that will really be positively impacting those most impacted. And I want to urge you to continue to consider them as the experts in what the details need to be in order for the impact to be real in the lives of individuals in our community. A strong policy in this regard sends a very clear message, regardless of whether or not of what the data ends up saying, but it sends a very clear message of countering the devaluing of people that our system has perpetuated in order to create a pool of exploitable labor for a cheap cost. And that message is one of the most important parts of this, in addition to the impact on individual lives, for people to be able to get jobs and work. People who were formerly incarcerated are more likely to be hungry, more likely to be homeless, and this kind of ordinance would start to get at the root cause of that, in addition to preventing returning to incarceration. And I just want to say one more thing, which is that my nonprofit is very, very small, and so when you're considering the numbers, and you're talking about Gainesville being primarily small businesses, consider the fact that exemptions for size, in policy are typically done when it's considered a burden on the employer or the business. And to me, if we really want to have an impact and if we really want to support small businesses, being a small business myself with 1 to 3 employees at any given time, I'm 100% for this, and whatever reporting and tracking requirements there would be to show this kind of positive impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tony. Mr. Mayor, it looks like that was the last caller. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to recap the motion really quickly. Really just going down the list. So we're going to ask the attorney to move forward with drafting a placeholder ordinance with the modifications listed by the representatives from Community Spring, including employer definition at size at 15, the individualized assessment definition to include age at time of offense, showing rehabilitation and good conduct. Do not consider arrest and criminal accusation as in background check. Have employees provide applicants a copy of records used in decisions to provide opportunity to give employer additional information. Add reference to ordinance and adverse action notice. Remove requirement to seek voluntary compliance instead of assessing penalty.
Keep that one.
Keeping that one? Okay, so
Not moving forward.
okay, so that was not included. Change may to shall assess penalty. If violation found, clarify where this ordinance is in code, which will be 14.5. Change penalty structure to split penalty with complainant. And then add data collection. We will do that, but it will not be in the ordinance. That is.
And Mr. Mayor, I think we wanted a warning. Go back up. I can't call them up on.
Remove, no.
By not including that, it keeps the warning in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right then.
So you were correct. Okay. Go ahead.
There was keeping it in 14.5 instead of 8.
I said that. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that motion passes. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here with us. Okay, guys, we're running so low on time, so we need to be very efficient, please. Next item is the Vision Zero update. Madam Manager, I think Ms. McCready's with us.
Yes, Melissa McCready, Director of Transportation and Mobility. This is a
Very
follow-up.
productive.
Welcome.
Very productive.
Good afternoon. We have a really brief presentation that I will keep as brief as possible. We are here for twofold, actually. It's to give the response to the 9-part motion from January 20th City Commission meeting. And part of that motion is also encompassing Vision Zero. And this is also the ask for the earmarked funds under the Vision Zero under ARPA, to be awarded. It's all wrapped up in the response to the motion. Next slide, please. So this is just to remind everybody what the 9 parts were to that motion. I'm going to go through each one individually, so I'm responding to each one. Next slide. The first one was related to city streets in the city limits to be set at 30 miles per hour and 20 miles per hour. Under current rules, we have all of our city streets are signed 30 miles per hour. There are a few exceptions that staff is looking at in the field to provide some feedback on why those streets are more than 30 miles per hour. In order for us to do to reduce speed limits in residential streets to 20 miles per hour, another study would have to be done, and that study would be at a cost of around $150,000, plus signage and labor to implement. Regarding the second part of the motion, one, to accompany the change with a plan for educational campaign and increased enforcement plan. GPD has been awarded several grants from the Florida Department of Transportation to specifically address bicycle and pedestrian safety as well as traffic safety overall, and so they're implementing those educational programs. Also, there is an enforcement plan that's in the process of being implemented that will be using some new technology that is LiDAR related and will be piloted in school zones to start with, so that we'll start focusing enforcement on some more traffic safety related items. Next slide, please. The second part of the motion was to send letters to the Board of County Commissioners and the Florida Department of Transportation. Those letters have been sent. Those were included in your backup. Next slide, please. The third part was regarding an analysis of the use of flashing yellow signals throughout the city. In the backup, we've included a memo that was provided to City Commission in 2016 after the flashing yellow arrows at signals were implemented. This included information regarding the safety benefits of flashing yellow arrows as well as the cost to implement, which was around $1.2 million. This was done prior to 2015 to advise Commission on what has historically been done as well as what we currently do. When accidents we look at occur for severe injuries and fatalities, we do work closely with GPD to do the analysis of that intersection to see if there's changes that can be made. We also work closely with our agency partners at the Florida Department of Transportation as well as the county to look at any kind of improvements that could be made based on the crash data. We are also doing we have an ongoing analysis of high crash locations to look at possibilities for what could be done to improve those intersections from a signal perspective, as well as an engineering perspective. To conduct the analysis that is brought forth in this motion would cost about $5,000 per intersection. There's around 105 intersections in the city limits for a total cost of $525,000. Next slide, please. Part 4 was to include safe pedestrian access as a goal to parks within 10 minutes of all neighbors. Worked with Betsy Waite from the Wild Spaces Public Places and Roxy Gonzalez from Parks and Recreation, as well as Andrew Persons at the Department of Sustainable Development, as well as internally with our own transportation staff, to ensure that this sort of language and priority would be included in several places throughout the city. The Wild Spaces program is already incorporating it. The comprehensive plan will include this type of language in the parks element. And we're also involved in the regional bicycle and pedestrian master plan, which will also include access to parks as part of that planning process. Next slide, please. bring back further Vision Zero recommendations to the Commission with updates moving forward. We are proposing to bring those updates back in January and July to allow an opportunity, if we bring them back in January, for any sort of budget, to include in any sort of budget discussions, as well as July. So it's twice a year at least, so that we can show the progress that we're making on all the projects that we're implementing. Next slide, please. So this, number 6, was related specifically to Vision Zero. This is where we have the ask for the $1.25 million that was identified in ARPA and earmarked, but has not been awarded. We could fast track several projects that are in design now. Those projects include a crossing for bicycle pedestrians, Waldo Road at Northeast 3rd Street, where we have a bicycle boulevard. It also includes a Southeast 18th Street sidewalk that requires additional capital due to the complexity of the project. We also have the Northwest 8th Avenue modifications that include 6th Street between 7th Avenue and 8th Avenue. That is in design now with the Florida Department of Transportation as well as internally, and we just don't have capital to implement it necessarily. The Northwest 10th Street and Northwest 12th Street one-way pairs is also in design. The public engagement begins in a couple of weeks. That would also require some capital. And then the Southwest 6th Street restripe to repurpose the lanes so that we have a bicycle connection in the network as it extends south of Depot Avenue, what exists north of Depot Avenue. It adds some on-street parking. It slows traffic, and it also provides assistance with the school access of the car queuing. Currently, we already need additional assistance from an employee perspective. We have 2 employees implementing all of our projects. The request would be for a limited term project manager to help fast track these projects. This would not require general funds. This is just a position request. We could use project funds to pay for this position. The additional position would be a GIS, Geographic Information System Specialist, which would help with mapping and analysis that we need for all of these different projects that we're working on. This would be general fund, and this would be recurring. Next slide, please. This is a map of where the projects are located that I just outlined. Next slide. The number 7 part of the motion was the Attorney General's opinion, and have the city attorney provide a memo back regarding that. That is included in the backup. Essentially, the key highlight on this is that it would still require some investigating and conforming to criteria established by the Florida Department of Transportation to achieve reducing the speeds on county roads. Next slide, please. Parts 8 and 9 we combined because they're both corridor studies. Again, currently we already work closely with our agency partners as well as GPD to look at corridors and the impacts of crashes. To conduct the required analysis that's being requested in these 2 parts of the motion would require significant corridor analysis. Our transportation engineer, traffic engineer, worked closely with FDOT and a local consultant to draft scope and identify realistic costs for what something like this would take. The cost would be around $12,000 per corridor leg of an intersection at 105 intersections, about $5.5 million. And the cost for these corridor analysis would only be for the corridors that have intersections that are signalized. So this is not every street in the city. Next slide. This is the summary slide for all of you to look at and understand all of the costs I just mentioned. I know I went through it super quick, but I just wanted to make sure that we were responding to the motion and following up on the ARPA request to move our Vision Zero projects forward and address some of the road safety issues we hear about on a regular basis. So I was quick, but I'm open for questions, City Manager. Okay.
You were sadly in charge. You were very detailed and quick. I think Commissioner Sanchez and then Commissioner Duncan Walker. And the mayor's back.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think we should move forward and finalize the allocation of the $1.25 million in ARPA fundings that we've done before. I also think that we should use some of that funding to start the hiring process for FY22, so that it takes a while for us to hire people. So by the time we actually get somebody, it'll be probably a very small chunk, but at least those positions are in, and we start that I also think that we should, for the ongoing maintenance, that we should ask the city manager to include that in our FY23 budget, or at least as an option. We have been underfunding our capital expenditures in these areas, and we have to keep it up. So I think that's something we should consider. For the traffic speed study and the flashing yellow and the right turn on red, I don't think we should move forward on those at this time. I think we should just look at it on a intersection or road, or just looking at it by kind of where we're having issues instead of doing it broadly across the city. I think it's better to take that money and redesign roads and make people actually go the speeds we want them to go versus kind of other things. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner, Deputy Walker.
No, I can wait.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. McCready, this is probably just a refresher for me. We have begun conversations with regards to East University and those conversations with FDOT. And I know that it's not included in this particular iteration. Will that be included at some point in the near future in the Vision Zero goals? How will that fold in?
That is currently being included as part of the Phase 2 of our University 13th Corridor Study.
Okay.
So it's going to be included in the design concepts, which will roll into the design, the project development, engineering, and design of the corridors that we have funding for as well. That's currently out for RFP. So that it will be included in that design as well for that whole corridor. In particular to the crossing that we had mentioned that had been identified by the Florida Department of Transportation after their traffic study analysis in January. That is in design now for the crossing, and that is something that we are working with them to make sure it's fast-tracked as quickly as possible. We expect the design to be done this summer, so that we are hoping to get that built as quickly as possible in conjunction with some other crossings that we have, so that hopefully it won't be as expensive because there'll be multiple crossings.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. McCready. I know we also were talking about possibly some additional measures. Was that still, is that included in the study, the hawks, you guys
Yes, ma'am,
talking a
that's the
lot of
crossing,
different
yes.
terminology.
That is the crossing that I'm referencing,
Okay.
that should be including a pedestrian hawk beacon, yes. It's the beacon that actually stops traffic.
Wonderful, okay, that's all included in the study.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
That's in design.
That's in
That's not
design.
even in the study. That is a separate project that's in design. The study is looking at the whole corridor to see if we could repurpose lanes to make it safer for bikes and pedestrians as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCready.
You're welcome.
Was there anybody else? Good.
I just wanted to point out the $1,250,000 that is outlined for some of the projects here is outlined as an earmark in the ARPA money and has not been awarded, as Ms. McCready mentioned. We did consult with GSG, the consultant for ARPA, and they asked that as the board consider it, that you take it out of the revenue replacement pot versus out of the regular ARPA pot, because it really doesn't fit the COVID disproportionate community language in the ARPA guidelines. And so as we discuss ARPA, as we move forward in the agenda, we can bring it up and I can address it again.
Okay. Very good. Commissioner?
Yeah, I would move that we allocate the $1.25 million out of the revenue replacement ARPA funds, and that we start the hiring positions in FY22, and that we ask for the ongoing annual maintenance to be an increment in the FY 2023 budget.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Anybody in chamber? Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is nobody on the line at this time.
Any further questions from the commission? All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Creedy. Okay, up next, we have GCRA FY21 annual report. We're getting a preview here, and then this will also be presented at our joint meeting with the county, as is our annual obligation under our agreement.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, this is Sarah Vidal. She is the director of GCRA. Ms. Vidal, good afternoon.
Welcome, Ms. Vidal.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you. This afternoon, I will be giving a quick presentation on the FY21 annual report. So just as a recap, in your backup, we have the 10-year reinvestment plan. That was approved in March of 2020, right before we were sent home to work for COVID. So that gives you some a way to gauge the time of when that plan was approved. Next slide. Oh, I don't- that's not- Looks like I haven't switched over.
I guess that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sorry to get ahead of that presentation. That's great. So because we still have tax increment financing available along with our new funds, we're required to do an annual report every year and present by March 30, by the end of the month every year. But then also with our agreement with the city and the county, we are both supposed to come by April 1st and report what we've done with the new funds. And so the format we've used since we became a city department is the annual report. So FY21 was our first full calendar year as a city department. By the numbers, this is some of our activity. I did want to highlight that the last 2 years, we have 17 partnerships in project management. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in the presentation. And then also, just a fun highlight, we did receive 2 awards for South Main Street. A lot of you here on the commission were pivotal in getting that project moving forward. One was from the ACEC, which is engineering, and then the other ASLA, landscape architecture. So those were 2 really prestigious awards that were received in FY21. Next slide. Thank you. So these pages are taken from our reinvestment plan. This one covers economic development, and we have 3 main objectives in the plan. So this is actually the list of projects, if you will, that were approved, and what you'll kind of see is that when I'm talking about what's been done, most of these projects are more kind of umbrella or big ideas, and then underneath them actually come more specific projects. You'll notice in this one, I just wanted to note that from today's agenda, fire station number 1 was discussed. This is also in our plan and also has funding. Next slide. So just a few highlights, starting with the Cornerstone campus. The GCRA relocated its offices to the GTech building in FY21. We spent time getting to know the small businesses through what we're doing quarterly luncheons with them. We've had 1 in person and 1 online to try to accommodate the ebbs and flows of COVID. Also, the GTech report was presented and approved to you all, and we're moving forward with phase 2, which will involve programming and design of the building. The second thing I wanted to mention was the fully executed development agreement with the Hyatt Place downtown. That's going to be a huge game-changing project in downtown, and we had infrastructure improvements approved in the right-of-way, which will be reimbursed at the end of the project. But that was a big win for the city of Gainesville to get those improvements made through that development. And then the full circle moment for me and many others was the sale of the Southern Charm Kitchen to Omar Asalimo. That started a long time ago, and it was wonderful to see a small business person take ownership of the building. He had an option and exercised it in FY21. And then lastly, Fire Station 1, just a brief comment about that. You heard that item today, and now there will be movement on that, so we're excited to see that move forward. And next, I'm just going to turn it over really quickly to Eric Rudfeld from the former Office of Capital Asset Planning and Economic Resilience, just to give a few highlights on some of the projects they manage in FY21, and then I'll be back to finish.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Rudfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, and thank you to Sarah for giving us this opportunity. As the commission might remember, our office was created at the end of 2020 by prior management, and we were assigned several projects. These 3 were a few of them. I thought what I would do basically is start from the bottom up in this case and talk a little bit first about the downtown strategic plan. As many of you know, I know that for most of the commission, we actually had preliminary meetings with our consultant, MKSK, they've been working on the plan. We've had a series of community engagements and also brought a engagement framework to the commission, which the commission endorsed pretty early in 2021. And remember that we have a steering committee called the Neighborhood Advisory Group that is sort of acting in a steering committee role for the plan. We've done quite a few engagements at this point. The consultant, we've really stressed to them that it's important for them to make sure that they're looking at all of the different plans that have been done over time, make sure the downtown strategic plan is in alignment with those. And you can see that we've had engaged with over 700 neighbors online and in person. We actually had the consultant in town in October where they did a community engagement in-person session in Beau Diddley Plaza. As far as going forward, the consultant will be back in town the week right after Easter, the week of April 18th. We are going to have them come to the GCRA. We have already scheduled a date, and we also are going to bring them to the City Commission because at that point, we want the Commission to be able to see the work to date, get a full report on the engagement efforts, and also have some of the framework shared with you. The idea is to try to wrap this plan up by the summer. So that's where we are with the downtown strategic plan.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioners, is this co-funded with the University of Florida?
Yes, I'm sorry, I neglected to mention that. This is I did want to stress that this is a $250,000 contract. It was $125,000 provided each by the university and the city. To date, we've expended about $137,000 of that amount. Okay. Thank you. On 8th and Waldo, we attended, basically, I attended personally all of the GCRA meetings last year. I was at actually every single one in person. And we actually had the 8th and Waldo, the progress reports on that project on the agenda several times. And so some of the things that are on the slide here are the things that we've actually accomplished. We had a community engagement plan that was approved by the board. The board also approved funding for the community cultivator program. I want to say on the community engagement, that's an important piece just to talk about. We, on all of these plans, because these are such big projects, we had not only myself and Sarit, which is basically Kate Burke, my colleague Sarit Seela here. We had a core group of staff, an internal group, and that was representatives from all the departments, inclusive of the GCRA, fire, parks, that worked on this all through because these are large redevelopment projects on large pieces of property. 8th and Walden was a 34-acre project. About 7 or 8 acres of that is actually in the GCRA area. The remainder is not in the GCRA. So we had to include a number of different entities in the city, wild places, public spaces as well. So one thing that the core group was really counseling us, the Office of Communications and the Office of Equity and Inclusion, was that we did not really want to start the engagement until we actually had some questions answered about the problem. So a couple of big things that we did is we did due diligence. We did a phase 1 and phase 2 on the property. The phase 1 showed that there was actually on a portion of the property, not in GCRA, a historic landfill. So we had to get that tightened up in terms of the data points there. We also began the process of doing a market feasibility study with our consultant at the time, but that contract has expired, so we'll need to gear up for that in the coming year. We also did a funding source analysis for various funding sources that could be tapped into potentially to help spur on that project. In terms of the 8th and Waldo Road project, there were no GCRA funds expended at this point. The money that was utilized for the phase 2 and the market study was actually a budget amendment that the commission approved with general fund dollars. The last project on the list is the Power District. City Commission may remember that right at the beginning of the year, we had a joint GCRA and Commission meeting where we talked about a number of things inclusive of Power District. We subsequently had a meeting, a formal meeting with the GCRA board. The GCRA made a motion that was basically a motion in May to say we are re-endorsing the vision of the solicitation that went out in 2013. They stressed that we needed to do more community engagement. They were very interested in daylighting the creek and a few other things related to the project. That same month, at the end of May, I think it was the same week actually, the City Commission, under Commission comment, suggested that we should go out and do more community engagement, which we did. Sri and I actually went out into the area. We met with many stakeholders individually. We actually met in the field with many people to gather input on status of the project. Seemed like there was not a lot of consensus on that, is what my report is. Management, there was a group, I think from Spring Hill or surrounding neighborhood, that actually discussed the project with the management in September, the former management, and I believe at that time the management indicated that they didn't want to go forward with any more larger public formal meetings until we had a new commissioner seated. So we did have the GRU staff prepare and circulate a memorandum of understanding that would be entered into presumably by the GRU and the city manager's office, basically, as an understanding about how the property would be put on the market potentially, because I think that was important for moving forward on this process, to make sure that we had a general consensus on how we were going to move forward. And I think that's all I have for you. We did not expend any GCRA funds on that project either.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward with the next slide. So community enhancements and housing is where we, I think, really shown in FY21. Two things that also fit into this conversation are the Food System Action Plan. Just noted with the Eastside Food and Mobility Hub, we were involved in some of those conversations, and then housing under model block and attainable housing and residential improvement programs. Next slide, please. So just a quick summary, there were 5 business improvement grants in FY21. One is fully complete, that's the Masonic Lodge. One is almost complete, which is the New Horizons Opera House building. And then we have 2 in progress, the Akira Wood building and University Realty building are in progress still. And then the Knott Climbing Gym decided to take a different route. They're not going to complete their application there. I like this little graphic over to the side that shows that $302,000 in GCRA funding was leveraged for a total investment of $650 with this, and that's kind of how we look at the program. Is, you know, our money can help leverage private money to make a much bigger investment into these properties in the district. The GCRA is also partnering with Parks, Rec, and Cultural Affairs on our community partnership grant, looking at their C's grant and our community partnership grant to see where there could have been duplication because we were a separate agency, now we're a city department, so we're looking at how to best work with the community and on those grants that typically support things like the Cultural Arts Coalition, Fifth Avenue Festival, that was held in FY21 and will happen again this year. And then also provide funding for things like the Downtown Homeless Street Outreach Project, which was done in FY21. We still manage a bunch of properties, but I think the thing to note about the district landscape maintenance is that we have a goal to work with small, local, diverse businesses. Under this contract, we have Big Sherm Landscape, who has 10 of the properties, Bernard Walker, who's working in the Power District area, and Law Enforcement Agency Northwest First. So it's good. Sometimes we don't hear about the actual vendors that are members of our community working to help keep these properties maintained. Next slide. Community enhancements and housing continued. So Heartwood in FY21 last summer, we held 2 virtual information sessions, drive-through open house, which was really successful and fun. And then June 30th was sales day last year. The D2R, which is the Dreams to Reality Homes, a partnership with Housing and Community Development, those applications were randomized and those homeowners were notified in late July of last year. As of today, I'll just give you a quick update. I know there were questions about this one. We have 11 fully executed purchase and sale agreements and construction contracts. Those are for the D2R homes. They're in permitting with an expected start of next month, so cross your fingers on that. And then groundbreaking will happen shortly thereafter once we kind of know when the permits are going to be issued and when our contractors can mobilize. We thought HCD did such a good job in Duval with their groundbreaking that we'd like to celebrate the beginning of this phase of the Heartwood project. Under the showcase homes, we actually have our first one since we had to change the pricing on the market rate homes. So as you know, the price of construction has gone up considerably, and so those have been remarketed. And we have our first being routed today for signature. We also have our realty partner having open houses on the weekend, and then I believe she's there 3 days a week and by appointment as well. So we're hoping to receive more now that that's back in the MLS. In Porters and Pleasant Street, we had 4 in-person engagements on site August through November, so it kind of straddled FY21 and 22. Next, we're scheduling a community engagement for April. And basically, it's our turn to come back to those communities and say, this is what we heard. This is what we heard. Are these your priorities for these properties moving forward? So that's kind of the next step for that. Next slide, please. In the public space and streetscape, you just heard from Melissa McCraney. We've been partnering on the 13th Street and University Avenue study. That is moving forward. But public space and streetscape has all of the primary corridors in the district, which were a high priority to our board and to the community. Next slide, please. So the 2 things I really want to mention on this page is just that when we combine the GCRE investment into the University Avenue corridor with the other funding, we're leveraging our dollars to get more work done for that effort. And then also Southwest 2nd and 4th, we started meeting on that again in FY21, but those 2 streets will be impacted, right, by the potential changes that we have on 13th and University. So we're looking forward to partnering with our other departments here in the city to take a look at 2nd and 4th and to see how it can complement potential changes on 13th and University. Waldo and Williston Road is really tied to that 8th and Waldo project that Eric Bredfeld just mentioned. There was a lot of talk when we were going through the reinvestment plan about how to work on that corridor, especially the area that meets, Duval, the Duval neighborhood, and then the 8th and Waldo potential project across the street. How can we make it safer? How can we encourage people to come over and use those facilities more and make it safer for people? And then Southeast Hawthorne Road, it'll be interesting. We did a study on this many years ago, but with the projects coming along, off Hawthorne Road, the potential healthcare facility, the repositioning of G-Tech, and the potential transportation hub, there's a lot of opportunity to see how we could help support changes along the Hawthorne Road corridor, in accordance with those other projects. Next slide, please. So in closing, in your backup, we've included our fund balances for the current projects and programs. The audited financials are usually included with the annual report. Those will be available soon. The deadline for us to report is March 31st. I know Budget and Finance is working on that. FY21 also was a big transition from our old ERP to our new ERP. Typically, we have what's called CRA local impact, and that's when we go in and we actually quantify the amount of business done with small local diverse businesses. If you look at former annual reports, you'll see that information. So there will be a learning curve with us learning how to get that information out of the new ERP, and we're just not there yet. So we hope to return to reporting that information next fiscal year. Next slide, please. So next steps, this is our first stop at the General Policy Committee. Actually, not the first stop. We were at the GCRA Advisory Board this month, and that went really well. Next week, we have the joint meeting of the city and county, and then again, the March 31st deadline to report on the former TIF districts. And with that, this was an update, but I'm available to answer any questions you have. And then on a personal bittersweet moment, I just wanted to share that I will be, I have resigned, and my last day will be the end of the month in March. So I wanted to tell you all, because so many of you have been on this journey with me over the past 13 years, and I've just really appreciated the support that you've given the GCRA and just the opportunity to do such exciting work that really benefits our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vidal. Thank you for all of your service, of course, and for giving us this presentation ahead of the joint county meeting. Are there any questions from anybody on the board? It was pretty thorough. Yeah, go ahead, David.
I don't have any questions, just two things. First, one of the projects that I've been really advocating for is the job training center, and as I mentioned earlier in the year, the pandemic really changed the partnership that we were working with in terms of the national scene, but locally the partnership has made an adjustment. The Alachua County Education Compact is working with Santa Fe and Alachua County Public Schools to really locate more curriculum in the public schools and in the space that they have available. So if we could just be aware of that adjustment so that we're being flexible with how we can spend those dollars to keep that going. And secondly, I want to thank you, Sarah, for everything that you've done for the CRA, for this commission. I remember when I got on board the commission, and one of our first major CRA meetings was the South Main renovations, and now look where we are with that. So there is a great amount of pride that comes with the work that we do, but also a lot of satisfaction with that. So sorry to see you go, but I'm really glad that I got to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sarah, for your work. I didn't realize it had been 13 years. I am privileged to be able to say that I've had the honor of not just working with you from the commission, but I also had the honor of working with you as an employee of the city and as a citizen. I remember when formerly CRA erected its new building across the street from my grandfather's funeral home. And I tell the story all of the time about the hope that that building literally brought to the community, because we saw something new, we saw something fresh. And CRA did a wonderful job of engaging with the community. I met a lot of you by just walking across the street. And so that was refreshing, and it was truly an honor to work with you. I am sorry to see you leave, but I certainly appreciate having had the opportunity to get to know you and to work with you. I did want to say that there is a lot of great work that has happened at CRA, and there is a lot of great work that still needs to be done. And one of the things that is always in my mind is how are we marketing opportunities? And I think kind of across the board, to be honest, you know, in just the city and the way that we do things, marketing. We had a wonderful meeting at Porter's Shady Grove on Monday night. And thank you again to Interim City Manager Curry for bringing out the team and really connecting with the residents out there. There were so many things that I heard that evening that were new to me, and I'm sure they're new to the residents as well. As a matter of fact, they said so. So as I look at all of the things that are outlined here and what we got and everything that's in the 10-year plan, et cetera, I'm wondering as we move forward how we might consider how we are marketing these things so that folks know about it. I heard the numbers about the lots that we've sold out at Hartwood, and we are certainly glad that we have begun to move forward and make progress on that project. I'm wondering if we haven't sold more homes, and I know prices have gone up, but I'm wondering if we can dig in a little bit deeper in terms of how we let our neighbors know what we actually are offering and what's available by marketing it a little more vigorously. So I wanted to just kind of throw that out there. Something else that I want to make sure that we are doing, and Manager Curry, I'm not sure if you are already beginning to do this work or what your plans are to do this work. GCRA is one of those pots of money that the commission can tap into to push projects forward, but also the individuals can procure. We procure a lot of people and things out of that, meaning we bring in contractors. And so my concern is that we are being very intentional in making sure that the Office of Equity and Inclusion is included in the way that we procure. I just did not know if that was something that was on your radar.
Absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, Zorai Poston and I have met, our staffs have met already, and we're working on that to make sure that his office is doing the certifications and registrations, and they are being coordinated with the procurement staff, and that they are using that list to promote and solicit on all of our procurements.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I think those are
and we'll start including a report as best we possibly can to the commission to just let them know, you know, what the progress is.
For sure. Thank you very much. I did actually, I saw something that I just had a little question about, because I know we're going to have the conversation about the health clinic. Sarah, I saw that there was an MOU with the UF Health for a free community health care clinic. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure thing, Sarah Vidal. That is the mobile bus.
That's
So the mobile bus that you see parked at GTech on Fridays. I cannot remember the hours at the moment, most of the day. I can get back to you on that.
Okay.
But yes, that's what that was. And it was to allow them to park at the facility.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And thank you also for including those numbers in the backup.
Commissioner,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Vidal, I want to thank you for your service here. We spent a lot of time working together, particularly the year that I was chair, and we were trying to work through the transition with the county. So I appreciate everything you've done for the organization, and I wish you well. A thing that I've come to really miss, part of it is through COVID, and part of it is through the restructuring. We used to be required, we've talked about this before, we used to be required as a commission to meet, not as a commission, but as the board of the CRA regularly, every couple months, quarterly at the least. And because of that, we were much more plugged in as commissioners to the work of the CRA. I would like to see us schedule quarterly meetings again for the work of the GCRA. And maybe it's something we do on general policy, but we throw a lot on general policy. I would like to see us come to those meetings with a clear mind and understanding of what we're trying to accomplish with the GCRA. I'd like us to consider, I don't want to put that up for a vote or anything, but I would just really like us to consider quarterly meetings that focus on GCRA projects and bringing our attention to that very specifically. It worked before, and that was one of the things that worked very well about the previous system that we've lost focus on with this system. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and I agree on having consecutive meetings. Thank you, Sarah, very much for your time. The city is a better place because you're working with the CRA, and I remember when I was chair, we had the fight with the state and the county, and I appreciate you worked really, really hard and all of that time trying to, and I very much appreciate that, and thank you for your service to the city.
Thank you. Yeah, that's something that the lack of a monthly sort of focus and concentration. Well, I get, the GCRA is now not dissimilar to Public Works or Parks and Recreation, and we don't need monthly on those. This is a set-aside dedicated funding source that, for all intents and purposes, is supposed to fulfill the same mission as it was before the legal change. So, I don't think that some of us that were involved at that time really absorbed at the time what that change would look like and mean to those of us that served as the CRA Board of Directors previous. It really was a big change. But when that change was happening, then COVID hit too, and so it was, our focus was in a million places. But I came to that exact same conclusion that just the lack of sort of a consistent ability to look at opportunities and also keep track of progress, it certainly caused me to lose my focus a little bit on those things. So I think it's a great recommendation. I'll work with the clerk to start getting those scheduled. I think if we can make that part of our normal procedures, that would be very helpful. Okay, no action. This is just a preface really for next week, but I will invite any members of the public that wish to speak to this. They can do so at the time. This is the GCRA update. Adam, do you have anybody?
Checking right now, Mr. Mayor. Let's see, we've got, is DP6 the room?
Yes.
Okay, we do have a speaker here. Mr. Armando Gomez. Mr. Gomez.
Thank you. So first and foremost, I want to address, really speak to the fact that, first of all, Sarah was a gem to work with for nearly 4 years, first on the East Side Redevelopment Advisory Board, and then it was a pleasure to work with at the GCRA Advisory Board. And I think it's really interesting and rich that she's being quote-unquote forced out by something that had nothing to do with her. So for nearly 2.5 years prior to Ms. Curry's predecessor being there, she was all of the projects that were big projects that were meaningful were given over to Caper. And this is a city office, a department that reports to, as a city department, not reports to the board or the commission, but it reports to the city manager. So the person that should be accountable you should look at is the city manager. That's prior to Ms. Curry. So what's also really interesting is a lot of the big projects for 2 years, there was nothing being done because it was Caper being done. Hardwood wasn't getting done. Commissioner Duncan Walker, it wasn't getting done. You had $600,000 pulled from the GCRA. $600,000 pulled out and put into the general fund. And we're acting like we're doing something big? Give me a break. And so we're going to try to have a scapegoat to blame her being forced out. So let's keep score here. Shelby, gone. Doug Dryman, gone. And now Sarah. This is a bunch of nonsense. A bunch of nonsense. So, I mean, the GCRA does good work, but if their project management is being taken away from and given to somebody else, they can't do their job. And they have a local agreement that's with the county where it's supposed to be the GCRA, not Caper. And if you have your interim city manager saying the only person's opinion that counts is hers, well then, guess what? Turn to her and ask her since her opinion is the only one that matters. Because at the end of the day, it's a bunch of foolishness. It's like a hatchet job. Come on, folks. So, if you really care about the GCRA, I don't know if some of you really do or not, but you're getting rid of people that are doing the actual work and that you're doing it, and it's just a period that you're just getting rid of people and forcing them out because somebody has an axe to grind, and that's what it is. It's a hatchet job. So, kudos for the continued toxic environment. And you know what? Sarah does good work. And Mo Deal is the one that did your quarters plan. It had nothing to do with Cynthia Curry. Goodbye.
Thank you, Armando.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that was our last call. The floor is yours.
Any desire to respond? No obligation? Okay. All right, thank you. Well, appreciate the update very much. And all good. All good is the comment. Okay, we will then move to our final item on the agenda, which is the American Rescue Plan Act update, or ARPA update,
Yes, sir.
with a
Yes, Mr.
bit of
Mayor.
recommendation.
Yes, Cynthia Ramos is here to present that item. Cynthia?
Great. Cynthia, welcome.
Good afternoon, Cynthia Ramos, Finance Director, and I am sensitive to the time, so I'm going to move right on through this. Okay.
We're in a little bit more comfortable position in that it's the last item on our
Yes.
agenda, not the third to last.
Okay, so I'll get started. So the item before you has several updates regarding the city's progress in implementing the ARPA program. The first update is in relation to the final rule that was published by the U.S. Department of Treasury on January 6th. Prior to the final rule, local governments had to calculate revenue loss due to the pandemic through revenue loss formulas provided by the federal government. With the final rule, an alternate option was provided where local governments could make a one-time irrevocable election to take a $10 million standard allowance to spend on general government services versus using the formula methodology. This election has to be made by April 30th when the first report for the first quarter of calendar year 2022 is due. Staff and GSG, the city's general ARPA consultant, recommend that the city commission make the one-time irrevocable election for the $10 million standard allowance. The second update is in relation to the Eastside Urgent Care Center. GSG and staff have jointly reviewed the proposal and funding eligibility per ARPA guidelines and recommend that the funding for this project be allocated from the $10 million revenue loss standard allowance bucket due to this project's fit with general government services and capital improvements. If approved by the City Commission, the city will draft a tri-party agreement with UF Health and the county and a subrecipient grant agreement with the provisions of the Uniform Guidance for UF Health. In addition, staff would like for the City Commission to accept the Eastside Urgent Care Program description congruent with county action and be aware of a recently received update concept plan for the overall site plan. The third update is in relation to administrative costs. Per the final rule, recipients are allowed to use ARPA funds up to a 10% cap for admin costs to implement the ARPA program. Example of administrative costs are staff time for project research and scope development, internal legal review of project implementation methods to ensure compliance with the city's requirements, and establishing appropriate subrecipient grant agreements to minimize the city's risk of fraud and misuse with funds disbursements, developing partnerships with external partners, establishing and monitoring project budgets and developing financial reports, overseeing procurement methods where necessary to ensure compliance with federal requirements, and maintaining internal control procedures for the program. Additionally, this includes community engagement efforts to solicit feedback on projects and implementation, and external support for effective project management and oversight, including ensuring compliance with legal, regulatory, and other requirements of the ARPA program. Based on the amount of work already performed by a variety of staff since the ARPA program was transferred over to the city manager's office for implementation, and estimating the number of hours needed to fully develop and implement the remaining projects, it is estimated that $1.2 million of payroll expenses could be charged back to the ARPA program through its duration in December 2026, as allowed by the final rule. Staff recommends the City Commission set aside this funding to adequately track staff expenses related to the ARPA program that would otherwise be paid by other city funds, such as the general fund. With regards to consultant-specific expenses, staff recommends funding the Community Foundation contract, who's running our Aid to Nonprofits program, up to $52,460, and the GSG contract at $1,215,330 per their proposal. These allocations cover the current contractual obligations with these vendors through December 31st, 2026. One last update, not the last one, I have a very exciting last update, but another update is that we are going to request several budgetary action items in order to true up the decisions made today by the City Commission. Per state statute, we are required to bring to the City Commission for their approval additional expenditures over and above the adopted budget for their approval. This is a best practice for financial transparency. These budget amendments will be funded through ARPA dollars. They include $1.9 million for the energy rehabilitation project already approved by the City Commission, an additional $500,000 for the eviction protection and assistance program, $300,000 for PPE, and if approved by the City Commission, the revenue loss, Eastside Urgent Care Center, and administrative expenses. So the last really exciting comment that we have today is that we kicked off the Aid to Nonprofits program with the Community Foundation today. So the application period is open. We're working on updating the city's website and the Community Foundation's website and do a press release to let everyone know that we started that program and that process. So that being said, that concludes the overview of this item. City staff is available and here to answer any questions that you may have, as well as our ARPA General Consultant, GSG. And the recommendation is a 7-part recommendation, so I'll let you, Mayor, take over that part.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ramos. Mr. Duffy, that is exciting news. I will help push that out through my means as well. Commissioner Santos, you wanted to say that?
Yeah, with support of the staff's recommendation, I can make a motion to that effect.
Go for it. Okay, motion and a second that we approve the 7-part recommendation. Are there any other questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor, if I
Go
may.
ahead, sure.
Just in the previous item regarding Vision Zero, that I know you've approved it already, but it will just become a part of this, the $1,250,000.
And that will be pulled out of the 10 million portion?
Yes, just making sure you already approved it. I just wanted to put it back on the table as something that was a part of the ARPA.
Right, very good. Okay, Commissioner Chestnut and then Commissioner Duffy Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under the utility assistance, I understand that only $26,000 has been spent of that $250,000. I would like to ask that the remaining $224,000 be appropriated to the community groups that help people with their utility bills. And on my list of things to talk about today is PR, how we sell our programs, which dovetails right into what Commissioner Duncan Walker was saying. So that we get the message out to people, because people are in need, they just don't know how to access it. And even to the point, we might consider a little short video that could go on as a public service announcement in English, Spanish, and with closed caption to show people that process. So I'd like to offer that as an amendment to the motion.
Sure, let me get some clarification first, because my understanding was that's where the money was going, to the community groups that provide utility assistance. We weren't doing it directly ourselves.
Right.
Mr. Cunningham, can you speak to that?
So the 26,000 was directly for folks impacted by COVID, and that's all that was identified was the 26,000. And so I think the request is that the remaining 224,000 go to the project share organizations for anyone that needs assistance on.
Oh, I understand the difference. Okay, I got you. So okay, never mind, I got it, I'm clear. Does maker of the motion agree to the amendment?
Just one question, is it an allowed use to do utility? I don't want it directly related to COVID, but I don't know if that's accurate.
My recommendation would be to allow staff to go back and look into this project a little bit more. There are several other programs that are being in place with the county, so we'd like to make sure that we don't duplicate efforts. So if we could have that little bit of time to look into this and come back, that would be appreciated.
So,
Commissioner, is that okay?
That's fine.
So we'll add to the motion that we refer to staff an analysis of the remainder of the funds in that particular allocation, and then bring us back what the allowable for path forward would be. Okay, very
And
good.
we'll do that quickly at the next meeting.
Perfect, yeah, next update would be great, yeah. Was that it, Commissioner?
And then, Mr. Mayor, I just want to see, I don't see the broadband on here, but I wanted to suggest that I believe we're going to be taking up housing very soon. And I would hope that we could take that 9.6 million and put it into a fund to help us with affordable housing. I just want to throw that out for whenever we discuss affordable housing.
Yeah, I think that's going to need to be an important future conversation.
Thank you.
For sure. Commissioner Duncan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I was simply going to ask that we break this out.
Sure, what do you want to split?
I want to split, and I want to be very clear as to why I'm splitting this out. I think everybody knows that I support healthcare. But my reality is I asked for something specific that I don't see with regards to cleaning out a little bit further, and that's okay. I want to see my constituents get what it is that they need, is really my only concern. So if you would just break that UL healthcare piece out for me.
Okay, so that's going to be
3 and 4.
4 and 5. Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we'll do that when it comes time to vote. I'll explain that again just so we know what we're voting on. Motion with the additional amendment that we ask for that analysis of the fund balance for the utility assistance. That'll come back to us at our next meeting. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my understanding, and again, it was a lot of back and forth. My understanding on the utility assistance was we cleared out the accounts that had the payment programs that we started early on, and that's why it was only a couple dozen $1,000. And I seem to recall, I can't find it, I seem to recall back in December, John Bartley contacting us for Catholic Charities saying, if you have all this money sitting there, what? So I think we had already tried to look at how to get that money out to groups prior to any other like conversations about nonprofits. We were trying to see how to house it in those partners. So I don't know, I think Mr. Pilarski was part of those conversations, so I don't know where those emails are now, somewhere in our system. But I do remember he had contacted and I forwarded because it was a genuine concern of, well, if it's just sitting there, it's not helping anyone. So wherever you guys can look for that, that's the last time I heard about it, that it was people like Catholic Charities, programs like Catholic Charities were having those conversations with GRU.
So we'll figure it out and get the report back at our next meeting. That'd be fine. Okay, members of the public will speak to this item. Anybody here? Adam?
Yes, sir, there's nobody on the line this time. Commissioners.
Okay, we'll move to a vote then. So the first thing we will vote on is number 3, 4, 5, and 6. All of those relate to the Eastside Urgent Care Center. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
That motion passes 6-1. Duncan Walker in dissent. The balance of the motion will be 1, 2, 7, and then the request from Commissioner Chestnut. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Anybody have anything they want to bring up with the swim lane items? That's there again for reference and sort of updates, but if anybody has any questions, we can ask them. Okay, general public comment. Adam, do you have anybody for general public comment?
Yes, we do, sir. The only public commenter is Debbie Martinez.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I agree with what Ms. Hannah Silva has been saying, calling for going back to having members of the city commission oversee public committees like public safety and GRU, where citizens have a greater opportunity to engage our commission members. Over the past few years, the Utility Advisory Board, just known as UAB, has become hostile to residents and echoes the reckless energy policies of the majority. This is not financially sustainable. Look what happened when this proposed served on the city commission back in 2009 in a rush to go so-called green, dumped the city into a monstrous, unnecessary, and fiscally irresponsible biomass burning incinerator that devastated the lives of our lower-income people, leaving them with sky-high GRU bills in your never-ending bloated budget. I am a huge proponent of protecting our environment and transitioning in real renewable energy in a fiscally irresponsible way through the guidance of energy and financial experts. Germany is now learning the hard way that haste makes waste when it comes to energy policy, putting themselves at the mercy of Russia for fuel to generate electricity. You cannot fix Germany's mistakes.
but we can certainly work on fixing GRUs and the members of the Gainesville City Commission, you all and the board of directors of GRU, who created our financial disaster, sitting on a mountain of debt. I do not expect you to be experts on energy policy, but I do expect you to do your due diligence when it comes to making energy policy. Not making decisions based on what you think or what you feel or what you just want. Mr. Nathan Thomas has been giving our commissioners expert advice on energy and financial policy for over a decade. And many of the financial disasters that commissioners have created all could have been avoided had they, and you, engaged Mr. Scott and taken his advice. Mr. Scott is an attorney, an engineer, has a master's degree in business, and is an energy expert. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Mr. Mayor, that is our last caller.
Okay, anybody in the room? Okay, thank you very much. Any member comment? Go ahead, Commissioner.
And I'll be very brief. I just want to put on your radar, when we get to the Wild Spaces Public Places Infrastructure Initiative, I am looking for a senior citizen center in East Gainesville. I consider East Gainesville anything east of Main Street. So as an at-large commissioner, that means I'll be working with Commissioner Duncan Walker and my commissioner, Commissioner Hayes Santos. Also a sportsplex. I'm trying to, and that's at Citizens Field. So this had been before, I think, I think it's been before, Sarah Vidal before. But, so those two things, just so you know that that's what I'll be coming forward with.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Great, we'd love to talk about both this one. Yeah.
Briefly, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. As we briefly drove past earlier, we've got 34 acres that we have to do something with at 8th and Waldo.
Yes.
And Citizens Field is a 60-year-old sportsplex waiting to become a modern sportsplex.
Yes, it is.
Just sitting there waiting for us. That we could meet a lot of those needs with that land that we already have.
Good.
So we have the city-county meeting next week or something like that. And 8th and Waldo, and only a very small portion of 8th and Waldo kind of area, that the acreage is actually in the CRA area. I don't know if we want to make, I've spoken to some of the county commissioners about expanding the CRA border to be included for that whole area. I don't know if that's a request we want to make at that joint city-county meeting, but that would give us more leeway in being able to spend CRA dollars on that project instead of like this little road here and we can't do it on this line.
I think they said 8 acres, wasn't it? Only 8 acres of the 34.
It's just the east of the, whatever, 13th Street or whatever that is, I think. So, I don't know if that's something that there's any interest in bringing it up during that meeting or during the.
Yeah, and we could also ask the county to set aside a certain portion of wild spaces that we jointly fund that, you know, that it's not all out of ours.
Right.
Because it will absolutely benefit people from all over the county, whatever we do there, especially if it's a sports complex.
Right,
as well,
absolutely.
bringing people in. So I think there's some, yeah, this is one of those, you don't got to figure out all the solutions, but get the vision down first. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
just on that Citizens Field note, just keep in mind, when we had our first discussion about it, I think we also talked about, activating for community space, farmers markets, things like that. So there's just a lot of opportunity. So before we go down the county's route of, just building sports parks, let's keep the vision broad as we can, because it is generally used for that, but we can also activate it.
Yeah, that could be in there. But anyway, 34 acres, we got a lot to talk about.
Yes, and the congregation said.
That it?
Thank you. All right, appreciate y'all. That was just about supposed to hit the post if we could with that agenda. Y'all have a good weekend. We are adjourned.